कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे।
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Good evening, everybody. This is day 2 of World in a Plate goes live. For those who are logging on the first time, World in a Plate is finally gone live, and the reason is for charity. We are at the most unprecedented times, and nothing like this has ever happened before, and we thought we'll reach out to the industry and get support from all the chefs who've been together and our old friends, family, and put this show together for you. So today is day 2, like I said. Yesterday was amazing. I hope you guys had a great time cooking. Today is only going to get better from here. We're just going to pick up the speed. So like that we've stepped outside. I thought I'll take you guys out. I know many of you all are at home stuck, and I thought I'll show you some of the most iconic places in Bangalore, especially very, very close to our heart, because World on a Plate started off at this iconic place. Like many of you all would have guessed, this is UB City, one of our most successful venues and destinations. Also home to many, many luxury brands, restaurants, and it's been a beautiful destination for us and personally for me. And beyond that, today we also thought we'll surprise someone who's going to be on, doing a master class here, and we thought we'll kind of get straight into his restaurant and wait for him to come, because he's just about to start his masterclass. He does not know that we are here, and most importantly, that yesterday I was so hungry looking at all the great dishes which came out, and today I thought I'm going to go and grab one of it, because I'm really hungry, guys. It's amazing that all you guys are cooking at home and eating. I wish I could get off this and go cook and eat. So that is the reason why we are here. So without further ado, I want to say, introducing Vikas Seth, my dear friend, one of the most talented Mexican chef of the country. He heads lounge hospitality with Siddharth Mankani, and they have also supported the World Hunger Warriors from day one. They have been feeding over 200 people. Whatever contribution, of course, makes a difference. So they've been feeding with the World Hunger Warriors for the last 90 days. Apart from that, amazing set of restaurants. And I'm really excited of what Vikas is going to do, because he always comes out with new stuff. And so we are going to walk into his restaurant and surprise him a little later after he finishes his masterclass at home. I'm sure he's going to come to the restaurant and we'll definitely surprise him. Now, just to give you a brief of what's happening right now and what you're going to see on the weekend, World on a Plate goes live 5th to the 9th. 5th is over. Today we are on the 6th. We have master classes from some of the top chefs from around India and the world. Ranveer Brar, Saransh Goyla, Vicky Ratnani, Simon Tui, Colibri Jimenez, many talented chefs we've handpicked for you. You can also buy their DIY kits through Swiggy Genie. So you'll have an amazing weekend of cooking. Once you're we've made life really easy for you. Just go buy your DIY kit and you can cook. Everything is there. It's a portion for two. You can cook. Philips is doing some amazing giveaways through the week. So make sure that you don't miss out any of these master classes, because if you're able to answer 5 right answers of questions which are coming in the master class, you get to win air fryers. Apart from that, this whole thing is for a cause of charity. The World Hunger Warriors have been feeding over 500,000 people, and they're starting their own soup kitchen. So we will go to their soup kitchen on wheels one at some point of time during my presentation. But till then, stay locked on. So the next masterclass is Vikas Seth. He's doing something exciting, Mexican. And see you on the other side. This is UBCD, and my name is Kiran Sohns. I'm the founder of World on a Plate. Lovely to have you guys back on day 2.
Hello everyone, Chef Vikas Seth out here from Sanchez and Sriracha, Bangalore, and World on a Plate, Life for Charity. Thank you very much for having me on this platform. What are we going to be cooking today? It's going to be really tasty and immunity boosting as well. We are talking about tacos, which is going to be different because we're using today a fruit which is very big. Let me show you. So this is what we are going to be cooking with, jackfruit. So pulled jackfruit tacos. And this is not an ordinary tacos. This is going to be tacos which is going to be very immunity boosting as well. So let's see how we're going to be doing this. Okay guys, we are cooking with this big fruit, jackfruit. So I'm going to show how to cut that. This is the big one. I'm going to be cutting into half. Of course, the first step is to have gloves on, or you can apply good amount of oil on your hands. And what I'm going to do is I'm applying a little bit oil also to my knife, because they're going to be white sap, a milky kind of sap which is going to be oozing out from this jackfruit, and it's going to be very sticky in nature, so you don't want your hands to get very sticky. So let's cut this into half first. Need to be careful, and this is the raw one I'm using. Nice. Oh. Lovely. So cutting again further. And one more time. Lovely. This is the sap, a little bit of it. The green part off. Jackfruit, this can be as big as 50 kgs as well. You have trees which can give you more than 150 to 200 fruits a year. So this is a good substitute to meat as well, and that's what we are making today. This is going to be substituting pork. So instead of making pulled pork, I'm making a pulled jackfruit tacos. So nicely cleaned up, and as you see, this is slightly yellowish, looks like it's getting to ripen, but it is still very, very raw. So this is good for our preparation. Taking the center also away, and now it's time to cut it into small pieces. You can even buy from the market already cut, so it will be easier for you to process it. Taking this out into the bin, cutting it further. So it starts to change the color very fast. Anyway, we're going to just boil it now. So we're going to add to cold water out here. Going to add some more. Taking the center also out, and then so if you see, this is the part which is going to be like, pulled pork. After we cook it, we boil it, saute it. So you're going to see as we go forward with this recipe. This also goes into boiling. To this, I'm adding a bit of salt, and the very important ingredient is going to be this. Okay guys, this looks like ginger, but as you guys know, this is fresh turmeric. And if you don't have fresh turmeric, fine, you can use your regular turmeric, no problem. But I have this, so I'm going to be this fresh turmeric. We're going to be grating it a bit on a special grater. This is good, and I'm going to be adding this to the pot. I'm adding some more. It's very fragrant, so adding just a little bit more, and this will be good. Putting it on the flame. For 10 minutes, we're going to boil this. Also putting the lid on. Okay, so this has been boiling for 10 minutes now. So we're going to drain it and then start with the next step. Okay, we have blanched our jackfruit. The next step is to make the dough. Let's see how we're going to do that. So this dough has 3 flours added to it. So I'm going to show you. There's a refined flour, wheat flour, and corn. So that is makai ka atta. So we're going to be straining it quickly, all these flours together. A bit of salt. Good. So this we're going to throw. This is the small particles from makai ka atta that is going out. Okay, to this we are going to be using this fresh turmeric. If you don't have the fresh turmeric, don't worry, you can use the regular powder turmeric. You're going to just take a small piece and grate it. Just peeling it off first. It's a lovely orange in color. And be careful, you need to wear a gloves, otherwise your hands will be stained at least for a day. So when you're working with this is important. And also if you leave it too long peeled, it'll turn black. So peel it just before we're going to be using it. Nice. This is good. And let's grate it. Okay. So here we have our grater. So this is actually the wasabi grater, the fresh wasabi grater, what I'm using for fresh turmeric. Be careful. And this is good. And this is a really immunity boosting ingredient, and that is the hero of the dish. We have used it for blanching our jackfruit, and now we are adding to taco dough. We are done with this, so let's add it to our flour mix. Okay, we're using a little bit of lukewarm water to make this dough. So this is a combination of 3 flours. All 3 are equally added. And slowly we'll add more water. Okay, we are adding some more water. More. You can see nice speck of fresh turmeric. So if you don't have, no problems, you can use the powdered one. Even that is good, immunity boosting. So if you see the ingredients for this recipe, all are very healthy. Right from the jackfruit, which is rich in fiber and vitamins. And then of course the dough. We're using mixed flours. So we're going to need a little bit more. Okay, so this needs to be kneaded for 2-3 minutes properly, and you'll get a semi-soft dough. Not very hard, not very soft. So once that is done, we're going to rest it. You can put a cloth over top of it and leave it on the side. Okay, we'll cover it up with a cloth and leave it aside. So we are doing good, and now the next step is to make the house barbecue sauce. And even this one is going to be very tasty, and you can use for so many other recipes as well. How to do it? Let's see the ingredients. There are so many ingredients what you see, but actually most of it is very easily available. So I'm using house, this is the ketchup of course from the bottle. Then you have a cumin powder, crushed black pepper, there is a coriander powder. You can use brown sugar, you can use your regular sugar. I'm using jaggery, which will be again very nice and healthy. And chili powder, you can use paprika, smoked paprika will be also good. Mustard, this is soya sauce. So you can use Worcestershire if you have that. Even molasses is good if you have that. But I'm using soy. That's our house recipe. And then the immunity boosting fresh turmeric is going even in this recipe. It's a very good ingredient and need of the hour. And the most important ingredient, which is going to make this our house barbecue sauce very different, is the raw mango. We are going to roast this one. You're going to see how we're going to be doing it. Of course, a little bit of salt as well. So all the ingredients out here, and we start with the roasting of our. So here is our raw mango. We're going to be roasting it. This is going to give a nice flavor to our barbecue sauce. This is going to take another 5 to 10 minutes to roast it very well. Let's see. So this is very similar to the way you do bangan ka bharta at home. Roasting is going to be really putting extra flavor into this raw mango. It's going to get caramelized, charred and smoky. That's what we want. And you can hear the sound of this raw mango getting charred now. We will try to turn this one now. Need to cook further. You can even boil this and use the pulp in this recipe. That will be another option. Now we have increased the heat. It's getting charred. You need to char every side. You need to cook every side of this raw mango. That is important. So as we are cooking this, and if you can see, there's a little bit of moisture which is also oozing out from some of the cracks, and it is really getting to a very, very delicious taste, I'm very sure. Okay, as this is getting cooked, I'm going to take my pan, the saucepan, to make the sauce. So all other ingredients can go in like this moment. So I'm going to show you, and this is going to take some while. So I'm lowering the flame, and let's start to add in the ingredients for our house barbecue sauce. The first ingredient, okay, I'm not putting on the flame at this moment. I'm going to mix all the ingredients and then I'm going to simmer this. Okay, so first is the ketchup from the bottle that is getting into this. This has gone in, all of it. I'm using soy sauce. This mustard paste. Good. Next comes our cumin powder, bit of coriander powder as well. Then we are adding chili powder. You can use paprika as well. The most important, the fresh turmeric. The next is vinegar, a little bit of salt, and the black pepper I'm going to add later. The crushed black pepper is going to go in the end. And instead of sugar, as I said, you can use brown sugar or even regular grain sugar. I'm using jaggery out here, which is good, healthy. And now we'll just mix it up. Giving a nice mix. I'm going to add a little bit water to this as well, and then we're going to put it on the flame. And we'll see what's happening with our mango. Mango is still getting done. I'm going to increase the flame now. We're going to be just adding a bit of water, and this is going to go on the flame. We'll put it on the flame. We'll reduce a bit. Nice. Okay, let's see what's happening to our. Getting really nicely charred. Wow. This is like mango ka bartha, or that is what we are making, raw mango bartha. And I'm going to be taking it out. So this has been done nicely. I have pasted with the fork as well. So it is almost done. Time to put off the flame and put it in a bowl. Cover it so the steam will develop inside and it will be easy to peel. So as you see, this is a lovely house barbecue sauce. Let me taste this, and this is as of now without raw mango pulp, the smoky raw mango pulp what we have made, but this is the base. So let's see how it's tasting. You know, I always love this. Let me try it now. Very hot. Wow. It's a lovely combination of spices and the ketchup. You will surely love it. Let's go to make this experience even furthermore by adding this charred raw mango Of course, if you don't have it, don't worry. This is also great, you know. This sauce is also lovely. Yeah. Let's do the next step. So we're going to just wash it under water and take out all the burnt part, and rest we're going to make a nice pulp out of it. We are removing the skin out. Wow. Woohoo. Very, very hot. Need to be careful. I'm going to take the nice. Still hot in the center. Taking all the pulp out. Delicious. This will look like a jam, mango jam. Ooh. Too good. We have taken all the pulp out, so now only the seed is left, which we need to discard. So this is the pulp from our roasted raw mango. You can blend it. Okay, so this is the mash raw mango. You can even blend it in your food processor or small mixer. We are adding our mango pulp to this. Looking really deep dark color. Time to add our crushed black pepper. That's what we are adding, and with a lot of pepper, a lot of chili, a lot of spices, and a lot of flavor. Okay guys, so this is ready, and this is really a wonderful sauce, our house barbecue sauce, and time to put it off the flame. Last boil. It's thick, and that's how I wanted it. Time to taste this insanely looking gorgeous house barbecue sauce. Too much flavor, too much flavor. It's going to be perfect as the base. You have the fruitiness from the mango, you have the crushed black pepper, a lot of spices, and the ketchup. You can't go wrong in this. Surely make this, and you can use it for some of the vegetables or some other proteins for finishing. We are going to cut our cabbage into julienne. And do the same with the rest. done. We'll keep it on the side, and we're going to use this at a later stage when we are finishing our tacos. So our dough has been resting, and now is the time to convert this into individual small balls. So we're going to be making more like a 20 gram to 30 gram balls. So we are taking a medium size. So we have made 6 pieces out here. We're keeping the rest of the dough for later. And here we go. So here we're using some thick plastic sheets for shaping the tacos, applying a little bit of oil, and then we're placing the first one down, and on this also we're going to be applying a little bit of oil. It goes on top. There's no need to roll this one. You can press it. If you have a puri press, that will be nice to use. So here is your homemade tacos getting pressed. You can shape it better with your fingers. And we are good to cook this one. Looking wonderful. So we are taking the first sheet out carefully, and then I'm going to transfer this to our fingers. Time to put it on the hot plate, not to burn your fingers. Be careful. Good. So we're going to cook it on both the sides. It takes a couple of minutes, that's it. Remember that we are going to be finishing it again when we are going to be putting our fillings on. So this is going to get warmed out one more time. So let's not cook too much in the first go. Time to flip it. Good. So this is a house tacos. Of course, at the restaurant we use a different way of making it. We actually use a Mexican masa preparation. So that's a different process altogether. So this is nice, and time to keep it on the side. So the reason we use this process of making it is we really don't want any extra flour in this, and we are applying a little bit of oil and pressing it between the plastic sheets. We're going to be slicing some of the onions. This is required for sauteing our already blanched jackfruit, which we are going to flavor with this barbecue sauce. garlic, what we need for this recipe. It's ready. Time to make our mixture. So first step, adding some oil, around 2 tablespoons, around a tablespoon of garlic. Saute, and time to add the onions. You're going to saute. You're going to add some green chilies. Okay, if you like really hot, you can add more. So this is nicely sauteed now. Time to add our jackfruit. So we're going to be adding some big pieces. Nice. Just adding a little bit of moisture, and we're going to cover it. So before we add our delicious barbecue sauce, we're going to just mash, and this is going to start looking like your pulled meat. That's good. Time to add barbecue sauce. 3 and 4. So 4 tablespoons. And now we're going to mix it up. It reminds me of pork, pulled pork colory. Of course, but this is all veg and vegan as of now. So you see out here, this is our pulled jackfruit. A bit of water, and so this insanely looking mixture is going to go on simmer for next 5 minutes, and we're going to put the lid on, and we'll see you in 5 minutes.
कदम आगे फिर 2 कदम पीछे।
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
So we come to the last step, the garnish. What we're going to do is have a look. We have out here some chopped coriander, some chopped mint, some chopped chilies. Just added one of it. A bit of salt. Now lemon juice, and we're going to just add to this a bit of olive oil. Simple and tasty cilantro and mint garnish. Just a touch of black pepper as well in this. That's good. Time to plate our tacos. 3 pieces. We'll warm it up. We'll turn it one more time. So this is hot. We have warmed it both the sides. Time to do final plating. Our filling is also warm. What we're going to do is just add some cabbage at the base. That will be good. And now we're going to be this tasty pulled jackfruit going on top. Very, very tasty. Really looks like pork for sure. And the secret is the sauce. You know, if you get the sauce right, your whole recipe will be very, very tasty. And what is the next step? Is going to be putting on the plate. We are just transferring this on our plate. Very, very hot. Okay. There's one more piece. So your tacos are ready. Time to put some garnish. Quickly, the cilantro garnish what we had made. Be adding this now. And we are not done yet, guys. The very last thing is going to be our toasted sesame. So we are adding that, and ooh, really a meaty tacos. So friends, I hope you loved making this recipe as much as I did with you guys. So thank you, World on the Plate, for having me. And this is your pulled pork. Sorry, this is not pulled pork. This is the pulled jackfruit, which looks like a pork. and tastes very close to it, but this is purely veg. In fact, this is a vegan recipe what you have with you now. So remember the simple steps which I shared with you and recreate with your touches. Take care and I'll see you soon. Some final touches.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे।
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
Firstly, thank you to our sponsors who've come and supported the cause, our chefs who've been very kind enough to kind of spend hours and hours of their time cooking for you guys, and all for a cause today. Like I said, power packed.
How are you doing, Chef?
No. Very good, very good.
That was such a stunning masterclass. And firstly, thank you so much for being part of World in a Plate. You always
Pleasure is mine.
always been kind, and spending those hours in that kitchen while you anyway spend for charity is amazing. And very innovative masterclass. What is up with, is there a season for jackfruit these days? The whole industry is looking at doing something or the other with jackfruit. I mean, it's really exciting to see some amazing recipes coming out of the jackfruit. Why did you choose
Yes,
as one of the important ingredients?
actually, I couldn't hear you. What I understood, how we are using our jackfruit.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Not loud. Let me. Okay. Yes. Tell me.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I
Yes.
just-
Yes. Yes.
Maybe my volume is all right. So I was trying
Yeah.
to ask you, the
Huh.
season is all about jackfruit. So many people are using jackfruit, creating innovative dishes.
Ah.
Is there a reason why so many chefs are innovating on jackfruit?
Oh yes. Actually, jackfruit is supposed to be one of the, of course, it's a huge fruit as you saw in the video. This is to be saving in the sense this is another hunger savior. This is supposed to be a fruit or a vegetable which is going to help, get rid of the hunger all over the world. And, as each tree can give you 150 to 200 fruits in a year, and big ones, it can range anywhere close to few kgs. Amazing, kind of ingredient which we feel can help everybody at home, and even what you are doing, for all the charity. I think this is a very important and very integral ingredient in times to come. Even now, it is being used, as you rightly said. It's going to be actually part of my menu. I'm working on one delivery format. So, the time you told me, I've been working on. At that time, I was working with jackfruit. So that's how this has landed up in our recipe, which has become a signature now.
Amazing, amazing. No, so we should definitely sit up in your kitchen and learn more because the World Hunger Warriors are feeding so many people. Maybe we could do something around it. Because, like I said, while India is so vast with so many resources, what we lack, I believe, is most importantly, knowledge. The food is everywhere, and I think we need legs, and that's what even I think the World Hunger Warriors trying to create. And with innovative ideas, with chefs like you and others who are coming forward to help us, I think we can actually bridge the gap in this hunger war, right? And
oh yes, for sure.
So quickly to ask you, how is of course, you guys have been supporting the World Hunger Warriors from the day one. Thank you again for that. I want to know how is lounge hospitality kicking back and coming, into full bloom, because we've had some great brands from you guys, Sanchez, for example, one of my favorite Mexican place. How are you guys planning to do a comeback?
See, as we all are in a situation which nobody can plan really. Nobody can think about it that something like can happen. So we are also taking our interesting ideas out very soon. In fact, we are working on our delivery models. So we have few brands slotted to be launched starting next week. So we are pretty much there, and of course, the good part is that even now, as people are very careful, we have taken all the possible measures at the restaurants, and dine-in is not over. That's another good, encouraging, message in on weekends with, of course, all the physical distancing. What we are doing, it's a good comeback, I believe, for all the players who are taking safety as their main focus, and then focus on everything else. So I'm very sure with delivery, with the small line-in, with the confidence or people coming out, we should get back to new normal. It cannot be normal, but new normal pretty soon.
Thank you, Chef. You've been amazing. Thank you for meeting us, and
thank you.
I definitely believe you're going to come out really strong, and things are going to just get better.
कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
finally inside Sanchez, one of my favorite restaurants, with the new normal. Yeah, you can see this. We never thought that we'll require this mask. So I hope each of you all are using these masks when you're going out. It's important to stay really safe. While there are a lot of cases which are asymptomatic, it's important that you don't spread the virus to people who might just not know what's going to hit them. It is a dangerous virus. I'd love to start by, not with this note, but of course to say that I'm finally out, and it's just a great experience to be out, especially at a restaurant. Of course, I've been out on the ground doing some relief work. Coming back to what we're doing right now, World on a Plate goes live from the 5th to the 9th. We've had some amazing chefs, yesterday. Today we just saw a stunning masterclass by Vikas Seth with his, unbelievable jackfruit, full jackfruit taco. I just can't believe that you can do these kind of recipes. This is what World on a Plate is all about. Beauty of chefs innovating, coming out with some great ideas, techniques, which that's what we're looking forward to see. And that's what I saw with Vikas's technique. And I'm really excited more excited because I might get to taste it if he lands up at the restaurant. And I'm hoping, crossing my fingers, that's going to happen. Because yesterday, you guys really made me hungry. All you chefs really made me hungry. And I'm looking forward to eat that taco. Because if you are watching or not watching, make sure you're here right in some time. So, moving on, like we said, World on a Plate had 5 seasons, which was an on-ground event. So, what we wanted to do is bring about all the mystery, the action which happened behind the scenes. And so now, like yesterday, we spoke about 2016 with George, Gary, Matt coming and starting off World on a Plate. 2017 was a bit of a big surprise for even us, because with the success of 2016, we had a brilliant lineup for 2017. I could not imagine that we could get these kind of chefs coming to World on a Plate Season 2. We love to have many of the chefs who had done last time, but we had Gary Mehigan, who came back to headline the festival. And Gary loves India, he loves riding bikes. So we also had a great opportunity for him to go and ride a motorbike with India's only person who's finished the Dakar Rally, CS Santosh, and that was a beautiful experience for him and us to take him to Santosh's farm. The second guy who I was really excited, and the world and Bangalore and India was excited about, was the sweet assassin Adriano Zumbo. There was a lot of expectation and he lived it up to that highest level. The dessert he pulled off was mind-blowing. He did a take on chai, and he made a dessert called the dirty chai, and it blew all our minds. And of course, we had Elena Dugan, the winner of MasterChef 17, and she just made it up. She just won, and we want to bring her. We want to see contestants, the life which happens inside, what happens behind the scenes. So we brought her, and it was exciting to see that she made the lineup, and excited to know what happened at MasterChef Australia as a contestant. Then we had the Asian pastry queen Janice Wong, who did a beautiful hand painted chocolate on the wall, and it was so amazing. We couldn't believe that it was even chocolate. It was like a painting, and people could actually pick off and eat it. The children were so happy, and it was exciting for all of us. And last but not the least, we added one of India's superstar, Ranveer Brar, to the lineup. So it was a heavy-duty 5 lineup festival two cities, Bangalore and Mumbai. And what I'm going to tell you after this break is going to be fun. So make sure you watch out. Watch out for my conversations. I know you're excited about the chefs coming. You should be excited about my conversations because the inside stuff is going to come from me. Apart from that, of course, the next chef who I'm going to introduce, chefs couple, they call the troublesome duo. They're some of my great friends. We made friends in the industry over time. The first time I met them was at season 4 Mumbai at Marco's dinner, and of course in 2020 we just finished World on a Plate season 5 in Delhi. They were a part of that as well. Very talented Neha Lakhani and Ashay Dopadkar. Neha is a chef ambassador from Cordon Bleu, and she's one of the best pastry chefs in the country. And Ashay has worked with some of the top chefs from around the world, including Gordon Ramsay's of the world. So you're going to have some amazing cooking happening at your desk. I hope you guys have gone and download their recipes, and I hope you're going to have a great time cooking with them. So I'm not going to tell you the dish. You can go find out. Soon after that, after the masterclass, we're going to have a live conversation with them, and then have a conversation with Anuti Vishal, one of India's leading food critics. She's again a good friend, and we want to know what's happening in the food line. She's been talking to a lot of chefs, supporting a lot of chefs, so we want to know from her side what's happening. So stay tuned, and we're really excited about these masterclasses. Of course, the most important thing you guys need to know is World on a Plate is for charity. Go and contribute at www.keto.org/the WHW for the World Hunger Warriors. See you on the other side soon. Enjoy your masterclass.
Hi guys, my name is Neha Lakhani and I'm a pastry chef.
And my name is Ashay Dopadkar and I'm a cuisine chef. And together we are the founders of Ark Mithai. So Ark Mithai is a brand of luxury Indian sweets and savories, and it's completely free of preservatives. It's 100% environment friendly packaging, and it's basically a modern spin on classic Indian mithai recipes.
So today we are going live with World on a Plate, which is a great platform where they are going live for charity so that they can raise funds to feed as many people as they can. In fact, the World Hunger Warrior Kitchen has now fed almost about 500,000 of people in the last 90 days. In fact, now they also want to set up their own soup kitchen where they can cook for these needy people. So we really urge you together to donate as much as they can on their website so that this whole campaign that they are trying to do helps us feed more people. We are trying to do our bit, and we think you should also do your bit. So for that, we today here are going to be making 2 recipes, one by me and one from Chef Ashay, and so that we can help support needy people and do our bit. So let us take you through what we have here ready for you guys, and so you can also start cooking with us side by side. We are going to give you ample time to set your ingredients, so don't worry about it. And if you have any questions, you can ask us at the end of the video, or we are also going to go live on our Instagram handles. So if you have any questions, you can always send it to us on Instagram, and we would be happy to answer them for you. So to begin with, we are going to explain here. I'm going to be making a plum cobbler. So I have my ingredients ready here, which is the plums, the corn flour, the brown sugar, the cinnamon, the vanilla. Don't stress about the ingredients because we are going to all list them down for you guys. We also have the ingredients here, that is some almond powder, some flour, some baking soda, castor sugar, egg yolk, salt and butter. These all are my preparations, but let's take you a quick look through what Chef Ashay has prepared here for you.
Right, so on the savory part, we're going to make a white mushroom risotto. Very simple, with stuff that you probably would have at home. So I've got chopped onions here. I've got some garlic, which I've crushed with a knife. I've got some walnuts just to garnish. Some basic salt and pepper, a little bit of olive oil, some cream, and of course the arborio rice. and well, little bit of butter. Don't worry, we're not going to use all of that. And that's pretty much about it. So let's begin with Neha's cobbler.
Okay, so first thing we're going to do is the cobbler, because it's going to take some time to bake in the oven. So we'll show you how it's moving. The first thing we are going to do is, we have here ready my plums. Now the best part about plums is they are seasonal, and I love to cook with seasonal produce because it's just very tasty, very nutritious, and it's the best thing to do if you eat by the season. So the first thing we are going to do is cut our plums. As you see, this is the size we've roughly chopped them into. You can also dice them if you want, but I think the longer, I think it's better. So it's just very simple. I'm gonna sprinkle my cinnamon powder here. I'm gonna put the brown sugar on top. And I'm also gonna put the corn flour. Just gonna give it a mix. Mix it well. So the same recipe you can actually do with peaches also. You can also do with your favorite berries like your blueberry, your blackberry, or a mix of all the berries. But just try and keep the fruit a bit citric. Please, I don't recommend using bananas or mangoes or things like that. So yeah, just gonna give this a mix. As soon as this is done, we're just gonna put it aside and we're gonna make the crumble on the top. The crumble is gonna go for chilling for say about 10 minutes or so, and while the crumble is chilling, Chef Asha is gonna show you. So the video is gonna happen in parts. While I do something and it's setting, and then Chef Asha can continue. So that way we thought you could learn 2 recipes in the same video, which would be great. So you see, if your plums get a little bit mashed up and the juice is coming out, that's a good thing. So don't stress about that. But just make sure all your corn flour is mixed in. If you come closer, if you see, everything is now getting mixed in and the juices of the plum are coming out. And the same thing is going to happen with peaches or your berries also, because the fruit has so much juice in it, so don't worry about that. Okay, so this is done. I'm just going to keep this aside, not do anything into it. Actually, I forgot to put the vanilla, so I'm just going to give it a quick mix again. Just going to drizzle a little bit of vanilla. I'm just going to mix it again. You see? That's it. There you go. Okay, so the next thing, while that is done, in a bowl, big bowl, I'm going to take the same spatula here. I'm going to put my butter. Put these extra dishes away, make some space. Put my sugar, caster sugar. You can also use brown sugar here if you like, but totally your call. Okay, so the first thing, I'm going to mix these ingredients well. Okay. You just get time of that. Okay. So you got to clean your butter and sugar well, the first step. Your butter should always be at room temperature, because if your butter is too cold, then it will be very tough to mix the ingredients. Now you see it's all come together. Okay, that's coming out. Okay, so your butter and sugar at room temperature. Now I'm going to add the egg yolk. So we'll also give you an option for egg-free recipe. Basically, just instead of your egg, you can add a little bit of milk, say about 1/4 cup of milk. So for those of you who guys don't eat the eggs, that's it. I'm now going to put in all my dry ingredients. That's your almond powder. That's a little bit of salt. Now why the salt is, it gives a really nice flavor. It cuts down the extra sugar. It also helps give a nice color. I'm putting in some baking powder and I'm putting in some flour. Gonna give this a quick mix. So one thing which is very important when you bake anything is you should always scrape the sides of your bowl. You see, as a lot of things are on the side and it needs to mix well. So you'll have to do this 2-3 times. Going to mix this well. Okay. Yeah, now it's pretty close to done. I'm stopping my mixer. Now I need to chill the dough for a bit, because if I do this immediately, so now what happens, why do I need to chill my dough? Now imagine if I put this on top of my cobbler, sorry. When I put it in the oven, it's all going to spread like a cake. But if I chill it and then I grate and I put it on the cobbler, it's going to retain the shape that the crumble is actually going to come when I'm grating it. So that's the point of cooling it. So I'm quickly going to cling wrap this and so you take a plastic wrap. Plastic wrap is something we chefs use the most. It's the most convenient thing ever. There you go. So I'm gonna try and make it flat so that it chills faster. But in order to grate it, freezing it like a bowl is always better because it's easier to grate. But just to show you guys and make it quick, I'm gonna do it flat. So I'm going to put this in the freezer, I'm going to clean my station, and I'm going to head over the camera to Chef Ashay while he's going to continue with his recipe now. So this is going in the freezer, guys, and then it's with Chef Ashay. And I will see you guys post 10 minutes when this is chilled.
Right, thank you, Neha. I can't look forward to the cobbler any more than I am already. So what we have here is chopped onions and the mushrooms. We'll use that to make the puree first thing.
I'm going to clean the
So
station.
let's jump on over to this side, guys. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is heat up the pan a little bit. We're going to saute these mushrooms, and then we're going to blitz it with a little bit of cream to make a nice little puree for the risotto. Now, one thing that I always tell people, the chefs that work along with me, is whenever we're sauteing mushrooms, it's important that you do a small quantity first and in a larger pan. So you never ever crowd the pan. Otherwise, what's going to happen is the water from the mushrooms, it's all going to come out, and the mushrooms are going to boil instead of really sauteing. So you're going to get very little color. So we're going to heat this pan first. We've got our olive oil ready here, just a little bit to get it started. Okay, so we're just going to wait till the pan, you can actually see a little bit of steam coming off that pan and start smoking a little bit. I think it's best we put this on. Okay, so the pan is almost there now. You can see the smoke coming out from the pan. Add a little bit of olive oil, just about like maybe 2 teaspoons of it, and I'm going to keep this mixer container right here so the mushrooms can go straight into this. With the mushrooms.
Can I be your sous chef and then?
Yeah, please. So if you can just pass me some of the time from the sous chef.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just need a little bit of color on these. Touch more oil there. Now I can lower the flame a little bit. can see there's a little bit of caramelization on the top, so it's going nice and brown. So like I said, I'm not crowding this pan. I'm not putting all of them together because otherwise it's going to take off the heat from the pan and it's going to boil. We don't want it boiled, so we always do it a few mushrooms at a time. It's more time consuming, but you know the end result is always so much better. Okay, you see the lovely color on that? Now we're gonna add a little bit of salt. Yeah. Just a bit. A little bit of that pepper. And a little bit of fresh thyme. As you know, it's because of the lockdown, it's a little bit difficult right now to get your hands on good ingredients. So I haven't really been able to get my hands on any wild mushrooms, hence we're using just the button mushrooms. You can just remove the bigger sticks if you'd like. That's it. And the small bits of thyme can obviously stay in there. They'll get blended inside the puree. So we're going to add that into the blender. And let some more oil back into the same pan. The mushrooms in there.
So you're basically sorting the whole quantity into,
Yes.
split it into
Yes.
two times.
Yes. So a lot of people kind of puree the raw mushrooms for the puree, but I don't think it's a very good idea because then you're going to get a very rawish taste in the puree.
But why have we done it twice?
So it's not about doing it twice. Like I said, we're not trying to crowd the pan too much. We want to do a little quantity at a time so that they saute and don't boil over. So if I'm making a large batch of puree for the risotto in the restaurant, I would probably have one guy who would be doing, let's say, 3 or 4 kgs of mushrooms, a small at a time, and that's it. Bit more olive oil in there. Almost there. Okay. Now that's almost nice and brown, I'm going to add just a little bit of the garlic. Just 2 cloves, 1 and 2.
The garlic is already pressed.
Yes, so we've just pressed it with the end of a knife. You could probably chop it, but then it cooks and burns off too fast. So I kind of prefer to just crush it and use it so the flavors come out, and eventually it disintegrates completely anyway. Okay. You might want to just see the color of those mushrooms. Perfect. So we're just going to add a little bit of butter. Then we're going to lower the flame. Okay. So we're going to add a little bit of butter. There. Now we're going to take this off the heat, but there's enough heat in the pan already. With that, I'm going to add probably just a little bit of that onion in it. So, perfect. And a little bit of the thyme and just toss it over. Okay, a little bit of salt again. Little bit of pepper. If you got fresh cracked pepper, nothing like that, probably use the cracked pepper. I'm going to take the biggest sticks of thyme off. Yep. And that's about it. This goes straight into this blender.
Can I see the blender?
And now, just gonna add some cream to it and start blending it. So here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, perfect.
Can I do that for you?
Please.
Should it be like completely like a puree?
Yes. Nice.
Yeah, I think so. This side. You want more?
Excellent. I'm just gonna add a dash of cream. That's it. That's it. So that's just about a spoonful, a tablespoon. Now again, a lot of times people add a lot of cream to the risotto. But remember, when you add too much cream, it takes off from the flavor. So you add just enough to blend the puree. And that's it. Lovely. It's like a nice puree here.
Need a bowl for that?
Yes, please. So that's how we want it. As smooth as you can possibly get. Now what we will do is we'll use the same pan that we used for mushrooms.
So chef, are you basically using like cooking on a medium flame or a high flame or?
So when I do the risotto now, it's all going to be on a low or a medium flame. But when you saute something, the idea is to give it color. You're not cooking it because you want to cook it through and through really. You want to just give it a little color on the top. And the heat from the top goes right inside. So it's going to cook eventually. If you give the mushrooms a little bit of color, take them off, you're going to keep cooking. So for example, even when I put them in the blender, the heat is still in there. You need to remember that. So the mushrooms are still cooking from the tip. Okay, so this is nice and hot now. It's not too hot, not like the mushrooms. Just a little bit hot. Now we're going to add quite a bit of olive oil in there. So this, I would say, is around 3 tablespoons because we can get plenty of risotto.
Are you making the risotto now?
Yes, that's a risotto.
You think we can take a 2 minutes break so I can take out the crumble and put it on the cobbler?
Perfect. So what I'll do is I'm just going to lower the flame and keep it here. And we come to the cobbler.
Okay, so I'm going to give that to you. So if you see, we have the dough here. It's not very chilled because the time is a bit short, but it is pretty stable from before. So I'm going to cut it into 4 and use the part that's most chill. She's going to cut it. I'm going to try and... If you see here, the juices are pretty much out from the plums and looks nice and delicious. So I'm just gonna... So you see now this way it's gonna retain the shape. Okay, so if you see, this is still a bit soft, but it should be completely frozen when you guys grate it. Grating gives it more crumbly texture, so that's hence I like grating the dough. But just make sure it's well frozen, guys. If it's soft, then it's not fun. Okay, you see, I'm gonna spread it a little bit. I'm just gonna show you an example. I'm just gonna show that to you. In case you wanna just put your dough into parts like this, you can also do that, but I don't recommend it because then it starts spreading like a cake. So I'm not a big fan of that, but just to show you in case you want to do that. But grating is the best option. overdo the crumble also, because you don't want like a thick cookie layer on the top. So just the right balance. Just according to me, this much is enough. So you have some fruit showing, you have some of that. And I'm also gonna take some walnuts to add some crunch, and I'm gonna put it into the cobbler.
Are you stealing my walnuts?
Yes, I'll give you some more. So you can put walnuts, you can put almonds, you can put any sorts of nuts you like. You can also put some raisins. Yeah, if you can also put some pistachios if you like. So anything. If you don't like anything, you don't have to put anything. So that's okay. So there you go. Now the cobbler is ready. I'm going to pop it into the oven at 170 degrees for about 25 to 30 minutes till the top is nice and golden brown. Chef Ashay, can you help me pop it in the oven? My hands are ready.
Yes, absolutely.
There you go. The oven is already preheating. So make sure that your oven is preheating for at least 30 minutes before. There you go. You can see. Just put it on the medium shell. Yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay. So we're gonna get started with the risotto now. Okay, I kind of switched it off for a bit. I didn't want to burn the oil, so I'm back there now. It's on a medium flame. Chef Neha, can we shut that AC? Thank you. Alright, heating the oil. Now I'm going to add the arborio rice straight in. So unlike Indian rice, we don't want to wash any of this. The reason being, there's a lot of starch in the arborio, and we want the starch so that your risotto kind of comes together as a nice rich porridge. So what we're doing right now is kind of toasting it in a little bit of olive oil. When you do that, your rice, arborio rice kind of soaks up a lot of water. It kind of, it's like a sponge. It soaks up everything around it. So we wanted to first soak in all the olive oil, just for the flavor. Toast it a little bit. You just gotta keep stirring this. So I once worked for an Italian chef at a restaurant called Bistro Deluxe at Marble Arch in London. So he was the one, Chef Luigi, he was the one who kind of taught me how to make a risotto. And the reason you do this, like I said, is to open up the pores of the risotto so it absorbs more and more of the stock or the water or the wine that you add to it. Okay, so now we're almost getting there. I'm going to lower the heat a little bit. Yes. Now at this stage, you can start adding the onions and the garlic. Add that. In with the onion and the garlic. Okay, so my pan has gotten a bit too hot, so I've taken it off so that I don't burn the arborio rice. We just want to lightly toast it and not give it any color. Absolutely, that's a real no-no. Taken this off. Now you can either use wine, which I don't have at the moment, But you can either use white wine to cook the rice, or you can use stock. In case of a mushroom risotto, you can use a mushroom stock. So you can buy dried mushrooms, like dried shiitakes, dried oysters, and then soak them overnight, and that water can be used here. But since we're struggling right now in the city with you know, imported ingredients, I haven't got any dried mushrooms with me. So what I'm going to do is just add some water here. Okay, there we go. A little bit of water.
I think World on a Plate is doing great wonders by organizing this charity and feeding the needy people. You know, while we all are staying home, we all are staying safe, there are still so many who are not so privileged and who are not so safe out there being in the open. So I think it's a great cause, and I think we all should make our effort to donate towards this charity and do whatever best we can. No amount is ever so little or too much to do for a great cause. So guys, once again, just a reminder, while you guys are sitting home, log on to their website for World Hunger Warriors and help them achieve the goal that they are planning. It's a simple click, just click on the donate button and send in whatever money you are comfortable with.
Absolutely, that's a very good cause, and this is a applaudable initiative by World on a Plate. And like Neha just said, it's very sad when you walk down the road and see people who are hungry and who are wanting for food. I mean, although the entire restaurant industry is struggling at the moment, but
I think we as chefs,
yes,
it's our utmost duty on priority. Number one thing, that we know the importance of food and we know how it feeds us. So it's the most important thing that one can do at this moment to feed the needy.
okay, so I would say this risotto here is almost, let's say, just about 20% cooked. So we're going to cook it slowly. So the way with the risotto is you want to keep adding the liquid to it. When it absorbs the existing liquid, you just keep adding more. So either more of wine or more of the vegetable stock or the mushroom stock or just plain water in this case. Now I'm going to add a little bit more water. So this is absolutely simple stuff that you can do at home, like a no fuss risotto. I understand that there might be people who might not have a bottle of wine lying at home, and if you're lucky enough to have one, you can send one to me, because we don't have liquor stores open around here at the moment. Okay, so rice is coming together. I'm just going to increase the heat again. Just a little bit, yes. So when you're cooking, always believe that you need to see what is happening in the pan. There isn't a magic formula. There isn't a magic formula, as you know, it has to be cooked on low, medium. There's no rule as such. So what you do is you have to observe what's happening in the pan. If you see that things are kind of catching at the bottom, you lower the heat. You need to know that at the end of the day, it's you who are in control of the pan, the heat, and what's going on in the pan. Okay, so this is going a little bit further. So at this stage, I'm going to add the puree to it. I'm going to lower down the heat. Okay. So I'm going to add all of that puree. Just a few. Okay. Now, I'm going to just hold this. Once we reach this stage, you don't want to just scramble the whole thing up, because then all your risotto grains, the grains of the lovely arborio, are going to break up. So now it needs a lot of love and care. No rough handling this one. Okay, so we're going to just hold it and let it cook out. Okay. So we can add a little bit more water.
It's smelling very good. Guys, any questions you have, end of the video, like I said earlier, we will be going live on Instagram later. So any questions, any doubts you have, feel free to shoot them to us, and please do not hitch. Every question is a good question. So it is only going to be informative to you and to many other people.
Absolutely.
So please don't hitch.
I'm going to give you a little tip. The way a lot of chefs make risottos in restaurants is that they half cook the arborio. The stage where I added the mushroom puree, that's when chefs mostly take it out. They put it on a flat tray and kind of cool it down. And when you guys actually go to the restaurant, sit down and place an order, is when the risotto goes into the pan with the puree and we just finish it right off. Oh, okay. So, there we go. We're going to keep folding this risotto very gently so we don't break the grains. So I'm guessing just a couple of more minutes and this risotto should be nice and ready. Okay. So now usually I would add another key ingredient, but since I want to keep this kind of low-cal is not the right word, but then a little less rich, a little bit light, since Sneha and her sister Shweta, who's our videographer for the day. So for these two ladies, I'm not going to add any parmesan, but usually you could add for this kind of quantity, you might add, let's say, about 70 to 80 grams of parmesan.
But are we adding that in the pan to melt it, or are we adding that after plating?
No, so you just add it right now. Now is the time to add the parmesan, and then the texture of the risotto, you balance it with the stock, with the parmesan and with the butter. So the parmesan is going to make it thicker, and the butter is going to make it more velvety and smoother. And if it's too thick, just to thin it out a little bit, that's how to use your stock or your wine form. So this is thickening up a little bit. So I'm going to add just another touch of water. And then you're almost ready to go. We're going to add the butter to this.
So the kitchen is smelling of different things. One side on the river and on the other side of the cobbler.
Okay, so there's... Now please do not get alarmed, there's a substantial quantity of butter. So although I'm skipping the parmesan for you ladies, I'm still going to carry on with the butter. I cannot make a risotto without the butter. So now the way to do this is always use nice hard chilled butter, hard diced butter. So it melts slowly and doesn't kind of clarify inside the risotto. So a little bit of salt there, a little bit of pepper. You can skip the pepper altogether if you want. Okay, close your eyes, ladies. Okay, there we go. That's it. Okay. You just gently fold it in.
What are the other options of the risotto? Like if we don't want to cook mushroom, then what are the other purees we can make?
Loads of them. So you could do a nice cauliflower risotto. You could do a pumpkin risotto. You make the same pumpkin puree the way you did with the mushrooms. Instead of sautéing it, you could just roast the pumpkins, blend it with the cream. With
So if you're doing pumpkin, we should roast it and blend it with the cream. And if
Yes.
you're doing cauliflower, then
the same thing. So you would blanch the cauliflowers, cook them, and then just kind of saute them with a little bit of onions and butter, and just a very little stock and cream to make your puree. Okay, that's about it. You can immediately see the change in the texture of the risotto. So when you put it, you know that it's sitting down on its own. It's going flat, which means the texture is just right. So you can go over the flame. And we're going to start plating this now. So now while that is done, we're going to take another pan. Chef, can you have a small pan?
yeah. Can I clear this from the back?
Yes, please. Okay, so put this pan on. Put it on this side. And okay. Put the flame up. Once again, I'm going to saute a little bit of mushrooms just for the garnish.
You need more cream?
No, I think that should be enough. So, some olive oil here. So just like we did before with the mushrooms, I'm going to saute these as well. So instead of cutting them in halves, now I have to slice them for our garnish. Now you could use any of the mushrooms that you get, absolutely any mushrooms. My favorite ones being chanterelles and oyster mushrooms. You can probably just saute those. You can clean them, mix them up, and then saute all of that together, and then garnish them on top of the risotto. Okay, so I'm going to see this pan. Excellent. Put that in. You have some spoons somewhere. Okay, and you spread that out. Whenever you're doing this at home, make sure that you have your exhaust running on full, because that's going to give out quite a bit of smoke. Oh yes, there we go. Thank you.
Can we also add some chicken or some prawns or something into the risotto?
You could if you're making a seafood risotto, so you would make it the same way. Let's say if you're making a risotto nero, which is a black risotto made with squid, so you can use prawns, you can use squid. But I wouldn't really recommend using prawns and chicken, because then you're going to take away from the flavor of the mushrooms. But then again, if you love your chicken, you love your chicken. Okay, so almost ready. So when you're doing that, make sure you're not scraping the bottom of the Teflon pan, otherwise obviously you're going to ruin the pan. Okay, almost done. And this one here. Of pepper and just a little bit okay, so that's just the perfect color that we want. Now as I told you before, there's still a lot of heat in the pan, so I'm going to take it off and leave it here. It's still going to keep coloring. Just a little bit of that. Now my risotto has gone a little bit stiff, so again I'm going to just add a touch of water. Hold it gently. Look at my amazing playlist, take on a phone. Okay, there we go. just gonna check the seasoning one last time. Should be good. So that needs a little bit more seasoning. Okay, so that's pretty much ready. So we start plating it.
It's quite a feast.
Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm just gonna hit the bottom so it kind of settles up. And there we go. The mushrooms, like I said before, instead of button mushrooms, if you can find, you should use oyster mushrooms, any of the lovely wild mushrooms that you have nowadays. Add a few crushed walnuts. Just for that little crunch. You can also garnish this with like pea shoots. They go very well with the mushrooms. And yes, that's about it. That's the mushroom risotto. If you need, you can actually add truffle oil to that. But
I have some truffle oil.
Oh, you
Can we
do?
go get some?
Excellent. So Neha's getting some lovely truffle oil. Just lift this risotto up. Truffles really work well with mushroom, being mushroom themselves. Truffle is a type of mushroom, as you know. So they go very well with mushrooms, with all kinds of fried mushrooms, and especially in risotto. Right, so while she's there, I'm going to just try and see how that goes. So I'm sure the truffle oil will really help this. Meanwhile, I'm going to have a check on the time left on the cobbler.
I have some truffle oil and I have some truffle salt as well.
Oh, lovely.
There you go.
Right, so we have this lovely artisanal thrift from Perry. So since this is low on seasoning, I don't mind a little bit of truffle salt right on the top. That's amazing salt. I mean, just this aroma from this, it's incredible. They've got bits of white Albert truffles in there. And I've got some lovely white truffle oil again from Paris. Open that up. Yeah, so just check. It looks like it's going to take another 5 minutes. Okay. Don't try this at home. This is just being a little bit of a cowboy. Okay. Yes. I love this
I can't
bottle
wait
now.
to taste this a little bit.
Okay, so this has a dropper.
Guys, this is amazing. It's just, that is my portion. That is really portion.
I'm sorry guys, unfortunately we wanted to use some wine, some lovely wild mushrooms, but we couldn't find them. So instead we made this risotto using the most basic ingredients that you could probably find at any of your local grocery stores. That's about it. Would you ladies like to taste?
I already
Oh, you did?
that portion.
Just dig into this. One with a bit of garlic in there.
Guys, we need you to realize while we are here, while we cook this delicacies and while we cook this delicious food, there are so many who don't get to eat at all. So hence all this cause is for all those needy people. Once again, donate generously for World on a Plate. Do not reach at all. Anything that you do is going to make a difference. So let me explain you what World on a Plate is trying to do. Like I said earlier, they are trying to set up a warrior soup kitchen, which is basically, to explain in a simpler language, like we all know, the kitchens where we took langar, the langar in the gurudwaras, the mandir. That is what they are trying to make a big soup kitchen for the world warriors, so that they can feed so many people and they can easily cook and make more meals reach the needy. So we need you guys to support us.
Absolutely, it's a fantastic initiative, isn't it?
Absolutely. Let's go pop into the oven quickly and see what is the status of the cobbler. Okay, let's see. It is looking pretty close to done. That's the kind of color we want. In case you want more, you can bake more. So I'm gonna now pull this out of the oven.
Thank you
Quickly.
for staying logged on to plate.
Need some help there? Okay, I'm going to clear this up.
Amazing. Nice and
So guys, the cobbler is ready. So you have a fantastic meal. You have a mushroom risotto. You have a plum cobbler. If you guys like more crunchy stuff and more
you
baked
guys
stuff,
are watching,
but please do not try and dig in at this point. It's very hot. However, it's meant to be had hot. So you can have this with vanilla ice cream, some vanilla custard, or just exactly like this and not do anything at all.
That looks amazing. I will try this.
so watching these master classes.
Yeah, that tastes amazing, but just make sure it's warm when you guys are having it. So guys, thank you for joining us here today and watching our video. And we really hope that together with us, you can make a contribution for World on a Plate for all the warriors who are trying to feed the needy. Thank you guys.
Please do. Thank you. Bye bye.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
of Australia on tomorrow at 2:30. So make sure that you guys are logged on, because we want to know what's happening at MasterChef right now, and they're new judges, right? And definitely excited to know the inside stuff with these guys. So we just finished Neha and Ashay's masterclass, and we're just waiting for them. Until then, of course, make sure you go get your DIY kits. DIY kits are available at really reasonable prices. The whole event is for charity, as you guys know. Every contribution goes to the World Hunger Warriors. They've fed over 500,000 people in the last 110 days. And absolutely, you can just stay back, Smriti. I think they're just going to log on. You can ask them a question. I'll ask them a question. Which mushrooms are used for making stock? I think they used button mushroom, but of course, shiitake or any other mushroom is
Just waiting for them. waiting for Ashay and Neha. Hey guys, how are you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you.
Likewise, how are things?
Okay, as you know,
I guess you've become fitter, huh, in the lockdown.
kind of a little fitter.
Yeah.
Nothing else to do but work out.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly. That's a good thing to do.
But unfortunately, all you great chefs are cooking such good food, and tend to become fat, and then again to start running. You're like, oh shit, I have to lose weight now. But yeah, you guys have been cooking up a storm, man. I mean, I don't think.
No, but thanks to you for pushing us do that, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, generally you guys have been cooking up a storm, but this was amazing. I mean, I was just talk to you about it. But generally the chefs around the world have been cooking up a storm. Some amazing recipes which I can't even imagine. And so how did you guys pull off 2 recipes in one masterclass? That was epic. And,
Yeah, that was the whole point, because we wanted to do
Yeah.
things quick, and we wanted people to get more of knowledge than just.
I mean, the idea was to do something that people can make very quickly. I mean, it's there's so many elaborate recipes. We wanted something that people can just stir up in 15-20 minutes and then serve their families.
And I love the mushroom tip. I'm going to take that for sure, because
Which one was that?
Do it slowly, one by one.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, and then also, we've met so many. I mean, we've hung out so many times. We've had dined together or worked more than dined. We've worked together. I was happy. I'm so happy to see all you guys cook finally. Even at World on a Plate, I never get a chance to see even one masterclass because I'm running around. But here, I can just sit and watch. So
Yeah,
that's
so
been
much
the best
work has
experience
been in
ever.
it. Yeah, I can imagine.
And so there's a question which somebody's asking: what are the best typical mushrooms to use for the risotto? Is there
For the risotto, honestly, to cook with, the best mushrooms to use are just any of the dried mushrooms, so dried shiitakes, dried steps. So you use the liquid from them to cook it with. And then for the garnish, the best ones I would say are chanterelles, which are available in Bangalore, I've heard, and Bombay. Delhi, they are a bit tough to come by.
Okay.
So any of the white mushrooms.
So one important question which I've never asked you guys: how did you guys get together as as partners to set up this amazing company? And how long
So
is
this is pretty interesting, but we kind of met at a food festival.
Wow.
So we met.
So we do some good as well.
Yeah. So we met at the Grub Fest, and interesting story. I think Neha had cut her finger or something, and my restaurant had a marquee there. So kind of we helped her out through her demonstration, and we became friends.
Yeah, like there was no access to the medical center there. The medical facility was really far away, and I'm super phobiatic with blood. Like super. If it's a drop of blood also, I'll be like, oh my god, something has happened to me. And I was bleeding massively because like a piece of like the finger had like cut, and it was really deep. So my sister actually approached Ashin next door saying that, oh, my sister's hurt, and can you come and help? So he came, he helped, and he helped through the demo. And then
Ashay to the rescue.
My sister actually introduced the two of us that, he's a chef. And that time he was very new in Delhi. So, I hadn't
Where
heard
are you
about
from?
him.
I'm a Bombay boy. I'm a Bombay boy in Delhi.
Okay, lovely. So your sister was the one who was shooting the masterclass. I can see.
No, she was actually just there to be around and see the masterclass. But then she reached out to him for rescue because I was on backstage. And...
No. Just now, the masterclass which you guys did.
Oh yeah, that one.
That was
yeah. We are trying to train her to do that now.
So sweet. So amazing chatting with you guys. Thank you for spending time with us, and it's just been a pleasure just knowing.
That's very kind of you to say that.
Thank you for having us as part of the World on a Plate. All the series that you've been doing for cooking and World Hunger Warriors, and I think it's an amazing job and initiative that you've taken up to feed the hungry people, and that has been really, really good. So I hope that our masterclass.
I really hope. I really, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just the togetherness. People who are just getting together. When I asked all you guys, you just said yes, and it was why it inspired us to do a World on a Plate online. Otherwise,
think the cause was so nice
Yeah.
that there was no reason to, not be a part of
I think it's a cause that all chefs kind of really strongly believe in.
Yeah, and it's I actually definitely we have to do something in Delhi and Bombay, but it needs to be more consistent, more long term, and also we personally I got a chance to work on the ground full time, long term, for the first time, and it definitely we want to keep this going, and we should do more. I think even the charity cook off we did in Delhi was so
Yeah.
nice, right?
Yeah.
Just those kids feeding those kids, it just gives me so much joy.
Yes.
So amazing. And
Most
per se,
definitely,
do
yes.
you have anything to say to the people who've logged on, fans of you, World in a Plate? Because there are lots of industry people who watch us, lots of youngsters who are just starting into the industry watch us, and they want to know how you guys are going to get over this crazy pandemic situation.
No, I think
Any
if
tips for them?
I have to send out a message, the one thing I would definitely say is that we need to understand that although we are going through a tough time, there are people who are even less fortunate than we are. There are people who are struggling far worse than we are. So whatever little we can contribute, we should definitely do that. Every little helps. So whatever little we can do for people, it all adds up.
Yeah, and I think it's just a matter of a little bit of more time, and we all should hang in there and try and do our bit. And it's literally maybe just a few months, maybe 1 month, we don't know, but I'm sure we will all pass through this. So we just have to hang in there and try and, let this phase go and just deal with it. Yeah.
But I think chefs have been really good this way because they've all been supporting each other. Even in Delhi, for example, like Jammy and everyone's been supporting each other's businesses and kind of putting posts up for each other. So that's excellent. I think that's much needed.
Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you, guys. Have a beautiful evening. And
Thank
Most
you.
welcome.
Thank you
Thanks
for
for
having
having
as
us.
soon as I come to Delhi, the first place I'm going to come and say hello. Okay?
Most
Thank you
definitely.
for
We
being
look
really kind.
forward. Thank
Right.
you. Bye.
See ya.
So, guys, that was Neha and Akshay, and they've been really, really amazing putting up this masterclass for us. So next up, we've got Anuti Vishal, someone who I met recently at the last World in a Plate at 2019 in Delhi. Very, very elegant lady who we spent time on the judging panel of World in a Plate Delhi for the DLF Awards, and absolute joy to have her, in conversation. I think we're just waiting for her to dial in the time being. As you know, it is a long weekend festival. We thought we'll kind of take World in a Plate to the world. While it used to be a ground event, we wanted to make sure that we take it to the world. Anuti is here and absolutely waiting for her, excited to catch up with her. Anuti.
Myself.
Maybe you should turn your camera around. Is there like the reverse? Yes, I can see you now. I can see your house.
You can see my house, but
Now you turn around.
weird. Okay, there we
There
are.
Beautiful, Anuti. How are you doing?
I'm
Good
well. How have you been?
Been surviving as usual, like everyone
Yes.
else. So how's Delhi treating you? Have you got a time to go out, spend time? Have you even stepped out, or how is the situation there? We always ask.
Delhi, Kiran, Delhi has actually become a little better from even last week. And in fact, just this afternoon, I went for a little drive. I picked up some food from one of my favorite restaurants. And I was contemplating whether to go in for a drink or cocktail in the afternoon. So,
Wow.
but then that may have been a bit
Positive.
too adventurous.
Very positive. The thought from someone like you saying that I would wanted to go for a drink is positive, and that's something which is amazing and good to hear that. So Delhi is on the way to
some kind of normalcy, I would say, if I might put words from your mouth.
Yes, at least in the last 1 week, 10 days, I think things are looking up. And I do feel, the sense I get while I'm speaking to my friends, to different people, is that actually people are ready to go to restaurants. I mean, last weekend was actually fairly okay for many restaurants.
Yeah.
I mean, they were full, as full as they can be at this time.
And Delhi is adventurous, people are really adventurous. I saw for us, World on a Plate, the first time we saw people coming out, and it was amazing. They were tasting different kinds of food, trying different kinds of things. And I think you guys will kick back really, really fast, and I'm confident about it. And so good to, thanks for logging on so fast. It was the last minute, I know, but, thank you so much. So tell us about what you've been doing. And, you wrote a really relevant book in 2019, and now it is more relevant. How are you going to, actually bring it up right now? I want to hear. I'm excited about that actually, because 2019 is when you wrote this brilliant book. Please tell us about it.
Yeah, sure. 2019 November, really, Business on a Platter came out. And I mean, I'm glad that we managed to do 2 book launches, one in Delhi and one in Bombay, with A.D. Singh and Riaz Amlani. And beyond that, I really didn't do anything with the book, but it seems to have found a lot of resonance within professionals in the community. So a lot of people who want to set up restaurants, who are restaurateurs, have all been reading it, and I keep getting, tagging me on Instagram, all of that. So it's been really, I mean, it's good. I mean, my royalty against, my advance against royalty, all was squared. So I've actually earned money now off the book. So, in just 4 months, so which is really good. But I was just speaking to a friend of mine who is, into publishing, and he's a book agent. And today he was telling me, why don't you now write a sequel to that about, what the state, how will the food world come out of this pandemic, and what is the new scenario? What will the industry be like post-pandemic? So how has the business of food really reinvented itself?
Why do you think we called you here? Because, so many people here, we're all looking for answers within ourselves, within people, but no one better than someone like you to tell us, someone who's written a book which is so relevant. I was just saying that, wow, that is, how are we going to come out of this situation? Because literally the government has nothing, they've ignored us, and the industries together, they're working so hard together, and hopefully, how do we come out of this? Is there any thought you have?
Yeah, Kiran, I think first, of course, the government has not helped the industry at all. There have been no relief packages. And that's really sad, though. I mean, there have been individuals, you included, who have been doing stuff for the industry. And, those are all good attempts. However, I prefer to look at the brighter side of all of this. And I feel 2-3 things. Now, one, that a lot of course correction anyway needed to be done. We all know restaurants suffered with regard to profitability. There was a lot of PE money coming in, etc. But a lot of, maybe some markets were oversaturated. I mean, profitability was a question mark for a lot of concepts. So now, with this kind of course correction happening, I prefer to also call it course correction. We will see some consolidation. We will see only, the better concepts, serious players survive, which is sad in many ways, but was perhaps necessary.
The younger generation, the entrepreneurs are all going to suffer so much, because, many of the best concepts I saw, like, for example, so many of these new concepts without corporate backing, like, for example, Plax, I love those guys, the way they cooked, and Delhi, included, talking about Delhi.
Yeah.
how are these guys going to back themselves back and come
But
back?
see, the thing with individuals is, of course, it's tougher for them at many levels. However, also because for a lot of them, especially if they've done this light, so if they are able to tide through these the next few months, and many of them, I think Platts has spoken to its landlord, and I think they are doing very, very well when it comes to their weekend deliveries. Also because the model itself is so light, it's minimal staff. If they've been able to talk to the landlord, the rent can somehow be taken care of. They will all bounce back because these are solid concepts which are not, which are not really about the frills. They are not about buzz. They are about solid product. So what I'm saying is that when your product is solid and when people come to you because you are actually doing good food rather than this whole buzz factor, which unfortunately had crept into many of our restaurant spaces, then I mean those people will bounce back because the fundamentals are right. But people who only relied on the film, on this whole sense of PR push and the buzz factor, they unfortunately, because nobody has the disposable income also now, people are going to spend less, so therefore they will go to restaurants, but like at least for the next 1 year, much lesser than they used to earlier. So only people who actually have a good product will do well. But then perhaps for the overall quality of this ecosystem, this was also necessary in many ways.
I hope so. I'm really glad that you're looking on the positive side. So we are very positive, and absolutely, I'm looking forward for the next book because so after I want to go read that because I want to absolutely help people, especially in the hospitality industry, because they've been equal COVID warriors. Because I have not stopped. I've seen so many restaurants who've been serving behind the scenes to feed people, and that's what is actually woken me up as even a person that these guys have still been serving even at such a bad situation, and that's what excites us. And that's why we thought we'll do something like this.
Yeah, not at all. And I think, kudos to you for also doing this. And that's true. Some restaurateurs, people in the food business are some of the best people I know. So I'm glad that, you are being able to also help them.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for spending time with us. Rashmi, hi. Thank you for logging on and saying hello to us.
Hi.
And looking forward to see you both very soon. You in Bombay and you in Delhi, and have a be safe, and make sure you go get that drink next time. And thank you for joining in.
Thank you.
For the people who've logged on to World on a Plate, we've got the next masterclass coming in the next few minutes, a few seconds rather. Shazia Khan. So we wanted to get Shazia Khan because she's one of the best biryani makers I know. Absolutely, the Muslim biryani is up there for you guys. She's cooking her heart away. She's one of our very favorites because of the way she contributes in terms of time and
कदम आगे फिर 2 कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Welcome back. We just had a stunning masterclass. We are still at Sanchez, Bengaluru, and like the whole of the world in a plate goes live is for charity. For us, charity starts at home. And with the unprecedented times, the restaurant industry, the hospitality industry is growing. I want each one of you to go and support your favorite restaurant, eat at these restaurants. For us, we are going to shoot out of Sanchez because they've been one of our greatest supporters, and this is the time for us to support them back. So we're still at Sanchez. Looks beautiful. Just to go back on what happened, Neha and Ashay pulled off a stunning masterclass. We had, the peach cobbler was yummy. I really wish I could go and get a bite of it. Very different from how World on a Plate is to now, because we could actually physically go and eat the food, but this time, I'm holding myself back. But yeah, I'm going to take that up. I'm going to make sure I'll remind you that you're to feed me. Ashay, interesting tips. I'm sure this comes out of professional cooking with some of the top chefs. I love the fact that I didn't know that you need to do sauteing of mushrooms in batches, and I love that tip, and I'm going to try next time, from that. Do note that there are lots of tips and tricks and ingredient tips coming online, because my team is working 24/7, making sure that the experience you guys have are great. While we're giving you access to masterclasses, the ingredient list, the recipes, make sure that you do not forget to stay locked on, because you have Philips air fryers to be won. You have many things happening there, so make sure you watch these masterclass clearly, carefully, and make sure you cook them, right? Because it's about family, it's about all getting together and cooking a great meal this special weekend. Let me tell you, something about taking on a note on what we were talking about behind the scenes of World on a Plate 2017. I'm going to tell you something special and exciting, which we still remember and talk about it and laugh our guts out. So 2017 was special in many ways. We did back-to-back Bangalore first and Mumbai next in that season. So that is day one Saturday at VR Bengaluru. We had 2017 season 2, and then we went back to Mumbai, where we did this back-to-back event at the Renaissance, the Marriott Renaissance, Hawaii. Something really funny and special happened, which I want to tell you guys. So 9 p.m. was our flight to Mumbai on Saturday night, and we finished the cooking, the WOAP restaurant of the year at 7:45. Rather we had exactly 1 hour to get to the airport. And we, of course, were on business class. We were booked well. And it was a disaster because the last minute our van cancelled out on us. There are two things which happened good for us. We got another van immediately, and the airline got delayed. It was a 9 o'clock flight. I think it was Indigo, one of Jet Airways. It got delayed to 9:30, 9:40. So we had enough time to reach. But the special thing which nobody knows was Gary Mehigan took off his shirt and changed into a new shirt on the middle of Whitefield Road. And these guys are such great fun and good sport because at the end of the day, while chefs of that caliber expect a BMW to pick them up, drop them, they travel in a vehicle which is what in a bus, which is what was really, really humbling. And this is what World on a Plate brings together: people with the right heart who are willing to feed you. And like I said, there were many instances like this which happened, and I'm surely going to talk about it in my next conversation with you. But as of now, this is where I leave you. But before that, I just want to say that this weekend is power packed. We have DIY kits available from some of the top chefs. We've made life so easy for you that you can just go buy it on Swiggy Genie, and all you have to do is get together with your family and cook. Apart from that, you do remember that this whole cause is for charity. The World Hunger Warriors have been feeding over 500,000 people, and they have started their soup kitchen on wheels. I believe yesterday was the first day they started the soup kitchen, and I'm looking forward to go and visit them. So go to the website, go to www.keto.org/the WHW kitchen and give, because this is the time to give. Apart from that, the restaurants, we have 35 of the top restaurants coming together for you, putting up some amazing signature dishes. Go and order, support your restaurant, because these guys have put their hearts and soul to feed you, and this is the time you have to support them. The last but not the least, before I start the next round, I have to introduce you to this very special person who's going to do the masterclass next. Shazia Khan, one of our biggest supporter, has been the biggest supporter of the World Hunger Warriors. She's donated many times. She's come and cooked with us many times. She's also the runner-up of the Master Chef India, the second season. She's special for us because she's cooking dum biryani, the chicken dum biryani, which is very close to everyone's heart, the Muslim style biryani. This is why we want to bring all these special dishes to your homes. And we want to say that because we're doing this for you, you'll have to make sure, go to that kitchen, cook. And we want to see your pictures. Once we see your pictures, there is going to be for sure a winner, and that winner is going to get that Philips air fryer. Apart from this, we go say goodbye, and I come back on the other side and catch up with you just after.
Hi everybody, let's wait for everyone to join us. Since we are going live, let's get a few more people on board and let them join us. So we'll wait for a couple of minutes. Hi everyone, this is Chef Shazia Khan here. I'm really excited and super happy to be a part of World on a Plate and hosting a masterclass for them. this season, World on a Plate has created a fabulous platform of bringing the industry together for a cause of food charity to support the hungry. And as you all are aware that the whole world is going through rough times because of the pandemic, and there are so many people who are losing their jobs, they're going hungry. It's like a really chaotic situation and it's worsening day by day. So I think we all, what is most necessary at this time is for all of us to hold each other and to support each other to get past by these times, because inshallah I'm very positive that this also shall pass, and we will see happy times again and things will get back to normal. So yeah, moving on to today's masterclass. Today's masterclass, I'm doing a very exciting and a nice recipe, I think, which is a favorite of everyone. I mean, tell me who doesn't love biryani? Biryani is like soul food. It's like a one-pot dish that has everything in it, and it's like when you have a good plate of biryani, your soul is satisfied. So today I'm going to teach you all how to make a nice chicken biryani, which we are calling Shahi Murg biryani. And the recipe is very simple. The ingredients are easily available. I'm sure most of you all have already prepped up the recipe. I mean, the ingredients the way we want it to be chopped, sliced, paste. Especially this one recipe is so easy and can be made with all the ingredients that are easily available at home. You don't have to step out hunting for any specific ingredient that is not there. So, and yes, this is one of my son's favorite recipe and is loved and relished by everyone, hence I'm sharing it with you all today. So let me just quickly take you through the ingredients that we need and the prepping up that needs to be done for this. Alright. So firstly, for this recipe, we are going to need a special garam masala. That is, we have a few cardamom pods here. We have Shahi Zira, that is black cumin. This is slightly different from the regular cumin. These are much more smaller in size, and they have a beautiful aroma to it. And we are going to use some cinnamon sticks and a few cloves. So this needs to be just ground together to make a powder like this, and this is the garam masala powder that we will be using in the biryani today. Let me take you through the other ingredients. We have oil, onion which have been thinly sliced, tomatoes finely diced, chopped coriander, fresh coriander, fresh mint leaves. We have green chili paste. If you cannot make a very fine paste, if it's coarse also, it's absolutely fine. If you cannot make the paste, all you have to do is just chop the green chilies. We have ginger paste, garlic paste, curd, that is yogurt, dahi, some red chili powder, again a bit of shazira, that's black cumin, coriander powder, and lemon. For the garnish, we are going to use some milk in which saffron has been soaking in it. We have some ghee and some fried onion, or barista that we call. This is like just deep fried onion slices. So this we will use for the garnish. So I'm sure you have all prepped up all these ingredients, and we should be ready to cook once you have prepped up all these ingredients. Also, I have forgot to mention that we have long grain rice, that is basmati rice, that has been washed and soaked, which is very, very important to make a good biryani. And we have, of course, we are making murg biryani, so we need chicken pieces. This is one whole chicken that has been cut into big pieces, so we need this. So I'm just going to slit these chicken pieces a little bit so that the masala can go in. Just rough slits. Yeah, that should be enough. So I've taken you through the ingredients, and I'm hoping that all of you all have prepped up and kept the ingredients ready before we start making the biryani. So let's begin and let's make the yummy biryani. So for that, first I need a deep pot for it. So let's heat up the oil. So I'm sure you all have also thinly sliced the onions. So make sure your onions are thinly sliced. These are approximately about 2 large onions. This biryani recipe is like super easy. I know there are hundreds of recipes, and when you think about biryani, everybody feels, oh, it's a very elaborate process to make, and like, you know, बहुत सारा effort लगता है. But this recipe, and especially for this biryani, there's hardly anything to do. I mean, there's not much. You will see that as we go through the process. It's super simple, and I'm sure you will master the art of making a good chicken biryani. So yeah, the oil has heated up, so let's add the sliced onions into the oil. So while the onions are getting fried, I'm going to make a nice marinade for the chicken. So we're just going to put in all the ingredients that we have here. First, in a deep bowl, I'm going to add curd. Garlic paste. Ginger paste, red chili powder, coriander powder, the roughly coarse chili paste, green chili paste, the tomatoes, finely diced tomatoes, chopped coriander, just saving some for the garnish later, and some mint leaves. Basically, you don't need to chop them up. We're going to add some lemon juice into this. Let's squeeze in some lemon juice. And also in this goes the ground garam masala that we freshly made for this biryani. This is something very important, this step, ki, you know, you ground the fresh garam masala which we made, as I have shown you previously, with some cardamom, cinnamon, cloves and some shazira. Just ground it into a fine powder, and we add this into the marinade. In this now we're going to add some salt, and let me just stir the onions. We need to get the onions to a nice golden brown color. Okay, let's now mix the marinade ingredients nicely. Just give them a nice, crush them up nicely, crush the tomatoes, the mint, the coriander, everything nicely. Squeeze up the tomatoes nicely so that they are crushed. Alright. Now let's add the chicken pieces into this masala. So as you can see, the chicken pieces I have mentioned is like big chicken pieces, because it's very important to keep in mind that the pieces are big, because chicken gets to cooks a bit faster than a lot of other meats. So if the chicken pieces are big, and when you serve the biryani, they're going to be intact. I mean, you won't see the meat falling off the bones. So you know, that's the reason to keep the chicken pieces bigger than the regular curry cut that we usually have. So we are going to keep this chicken and the masala aside. So if you have time, a quick tip would be that you could marinate this chicken overnight. I mean, like, you mix all this masala with the chicken and you can refrigerate it overnight, and the next day you can make the biryani. So this way you get better flavors, but nonetheless that this biryani also will be super tasty. So if you have time, you can allow it to marinate for about 2 hours or overnight, and if you don't have time also, it works fine. So again, many people ask me इसमें और कौन सा meat use कर सकते हैं. So you can definitely use mutton. There are a lot of variations you can do to this biryani too. So let's just keep this aside. Let's continue. So you can see that the onion is turning nice and golden brown. Make sure that you don't burn it. So also a quick tip I got from my grandmother is that whenever you fry onions, and if you want the process to get a bit faster, you need to add a dash of salt to your onions. So that's what we will be doing now. We'll just add a dash of salt to the onions. This helps in fastening the process of the onions becoming brown. So you can see that the onions are turning lightly golden brown. Just a few more seconds for this and we will be done. So make sure that you don't burn them, because if you burn them, it's going to give a slight bitter taste to the biryani. So we should keep in mind that we don't overdo the browning part of it. don't forget to keep stirring it because we need it to brown evenly. I mean, all the browning should be done evenly. So we are almost there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the masala that we marinated the chicken with and the chicken to the onions that have become beautifully nice golden brown in color. Add all of this. Give everything a good mix. We will allow this to cook for a few minutes, for about 8 minutes. Meanwhile, while the chicken is cooking with the masala, we need to start doing our prep up for the rice. So let's get some water on the stove and bring the water to a rapid boil. So while this is cooking, let me just move this on to the other side. Let's place a pot full of water. So while the chicken is cooking on a medium flame, I have kept a pot filled with water. Now we need to really get this water to a rapid boil. This we are prepping up for the rice, and as you can see, I'm doing it simultaneously. If you cannot do this together, it's alright. You can make the masala and then get the rice prep going on. So we'll wait for that. This is going to take a few minutes. Like I mentioned to you before, who doesn't love biryani? I mean, especially in India, I believe that we have hundreds and hundreds of recipes of biryani, to the extent that every 100 kilometers the recipe of biryani changes. If I'm in Bangalore, and there are times when I even have to travel to places like Mysore, there is a must to stop over at Ramnagaram for a nice biryani. So every place you see, the recipe, there is so many versions of recipes, but also there is so much different about each biryani, and whether it is taste or whether it is the technique it is cooked with, and it's amazing. It's amazing how you have so many versions of a biryani. And yeah, biryani is, I'm sure you all know this, but it was a recipe that we got from the Persians, and it was a recipe that was passed on to the Mughals, and from there it has evolved in loads of ways, from going to different parts of the country and further being evolved in those specific places. So I'm sure each one of us have our own favorites when it comes to biryani. Like when you see in North India, they use long grain rice for the biryani, which is basmati rice. I mean, that's the rice they make it with. And Kerala, the Talasari biryani, they use a different version of a rice, which is again a locally available rice, which is there. And especially in biryani, especially that is from Bangalore, it's very different. And we use a small grain rice that is called Zira Samba rice, like sorry for my bad throat, but yeah, so coming to the Bangalore style biryani, it is a Zira Samba rice, which is a small grain rice, and that's one of my personal favorite, because the rice that we use in this biryani, I mean, the flavor of that rice takes the level of biryani to a different height completely. And there is a lot of difference when we cook biryani on a stove and on a wood fire. So when you do a biryani on a wood fire, which is my personal favorite, I mean, still when I throw parties at my farmhouse and the gathering is huge, I love doing the biryani on the wood fire, because that again adds such beautiful aromas, and the mutton getting that texture of melt in the mouth, and all that is because of the techniques that we use. So I'm sure all of you all have your favorites. And I have my favorite too, which is the Bangalore style Zira Samba mutton biryani, especially the ones that is made during the weddings, the Muslim weddings. So if you see, I'm just cooking it on a medium flame. We just want the chicken to cook about 3/4 way, because we're going to again later cook this on dum, that is on a slow fire. We're going to, on a very slow flame, we're going to cook this biryani on dum. So while in fact I wanted to share another recipe with you along with the biryani, that is which is an accompaniment that is usually served with biryani. We always have an accompaniment like a raita or a baigan ka khatta or a mirchi ka salan. So today I'm going to share with you, or a very commonly accompaniment that in Bangalore we serve, that is a dalcha, that is made with pumpkin and some pulses. Once we leave the biryani to dum, that's when I'm going to start that recipe. So we wait. So now our water has come to a rapid boil. You can see this has taken a couple of minutes, and the chicken is almost halfway done. Now it's time to just reduce the heat and cover this pan with a lid and reduce the heat completely. Here I have with me some washed long grain rice, that is basmati rice. It's very important for a good biryani to have a good or well done rice where the grains are separated and long and beautifully cooked, rather than a mushy soft biryani. So you would see the difference. A good biryani will always have the meat in a good texture, that is a very soft textured meat with a beautifully cooked perfect rice, which is beautifully cooked. Matlab ek dana, every grain should be separated beautifully, at the same time cooked well. So hence, to get for us to achieve that, we need to soak the rice for a minimum of at least half an hour, which I had already done before we started the process of cooking. So here you can see that the water is coming to a rapid boil. Now many people ask me that how much of water is required to cook the rice. So there is no such perfect quantity. You need to have lots of water. Jitna, I always tell people that whenever you're cooking rice, especially for a biryani, always keep a few things in mind. Always use a big pot, a wide pot which has a wide mouth, And you know, the water is no specific quantity. It needs to be quite a lot of water. I mean, at least 3-4 times more than what you cook your regular rice with. So as you can see, I have not measured the water. I've just got a big pot of rapid boiling water. I have with me here rice that has been soaking for almost about an hour now, but you could also soak it for half an hour before you start the process. So now we're going to very gently put this rice in boiling water. There's sometimes, you know, people do another mistake is they soak the rice and then wash the rice later. So what happens is when you soak the rice before washing it and you wash it later, all you can get is broken rice in your hands. So make sure that you wash the rice nicely and then you soak it. Very gently and nicely we will put the rice. Once we add the rice, we're going to add salt. Again, the consistency of salt should be correct. So I'm adding about 4 teaspoons of salt. And another tip is we add some lemon juice into this water to get very beautifully cooked rice, to get nice separated rice so that the rice doesn't mush up. So this is some lemon juice I add in water. I'm using the same spoon, we give it a stir, very gentle stir. I've used the same spoon which I was stirring the chicken masala with, which is absolutely fine. We don't want to lose any flavor. So let's have a look at the chicken. So like you can see, our chicken is almost 3/4 done, and the oil has started forming a nice layer on top. So this is an indication that the gravy is almost done. So but before that, let's give it a quick taste to just check on our salt and other masalas. So I'm just quickly going to taste it. Perfect. The salt is perfect. The spice is perfect. So let's switch this off and cover it. Let's check on our rice. Wow. So as you're seeing that I have not covered the rice with a lid, which is also important. You don't have to cover the rice with the lid. We are going to open, like we're going to leave the pot open and cook it. And you need to be you need to treat it with a lot of love. So we don't have any broken rice. So, you know, show some love, guys. So let's give a quick taste for the salt in this water. You have to make sure that the salt has to be perfect in your rice too. You need to make sure the rice is almost 80% done. It's just going to take some more time. And here, as you can see, I'm not going to reduce the flame. I need that heat. I need a rapid, nice boil to the rice. That's about it. Our rice is done. You can see it's 80% done with just the center part al dente. That's its little raw in the center. So we switch off the thing and now we're going to strain the water. So let's quickly strain the water. Switch on the stove that has the chicken masala cooking. We call it the akhni, the chicken masala, or any meat masala that we make for the biryani is called akhni. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put the rice on top of this. Layer the rice basically. Very nicely, take your time. It's going to be a bit hot, guys, so be careful. So now what we're going to do on this is, like I told you, that we have a few things for the garnishing part and the main part. So what I'm going to do now is just spread the rice evenly, and in this we're going to pour some ghee on top. We're going to spoon the saffron milk. So we had some milk in which saffron was soaked. So the saffron is going to give it that royal, shahi flavor, smell. Alright, and we're going to now layer the barista, that is the golden fried onions, which we had done it before and kept it. On this, a little bit of coriander leaves and a few mint leaves. And now we're going to reduce the heat and cover this till the rice is completely done and the biryani is cooked. So while this is happening, let's move on to a quick and easy recipe, accompaniment that is served with the biryani, which is a baigan ka khatta. So quickly, let me just clear this up with you. So we'll reduce the heat and allow this to cook on a very low flame, very slow flame, aram se. Because this pot is the cover seals it completely, so I don't have to do an extra sealing. But if you're doing it at home and you don't have a pot that the lid covers tightly, you could just cover it with a regular thing, and then you can seal the edges with some roti dough, so that way you will not see the steam escaping. So I have a pot in which the lid covers the pot very tightly, and there is no steam that escapes from this, so this works for me. In case if you don't have one, you could just cover it with a regular lid, and then you can seal the edges with some roti dough. So while this is cooking and finishing off, we are going to make an accompaniment, as I told you before, which is the baigan ka khatta, which is a very common accompaniment that we serve with the biryani. Either it can be made with baigan, that is brinjal, or it can be made with banana chilies, that's called mirchi ka khatta, or also we have a very famous accompaniment that we serve in Bangalore, that is very locally served here, which is called dalcha, which is cooked with pumpkin and lentils. But today I want to show you a quick baigan ka khatta that you can serve with this. So let me take you through the ingredients. Firstly, we're going to make a masala. For that, I need to grind roasted peanuts, some fresh coconut grated, cumin, that's zira, some roughly chopped tomatoes, and a roughly chopped onion. So let's grind all this. into a paste. So in goes the tomatoes, the onion, coconut. This is fresh coconut. I have lightly roasted the peanuts and removed the skin. So the peanuts and cumin. So I'm going to grind all this into a fine paste. It looks perfect. It's not very smooth also, at the same time it's just fine. So we keep this aside. Let me take you through the other ingredients that are required for the khatta, which is oil, curry leaves, mustard seeds, garlic paste, red chili powder, coriander powder, turmeric powder. We have some tamarind which has been soaking in some hot water. So that's tamarind, and we have gur, that is some jaggery here. We have onions that have been sliced and brinjal, that is baigan, which is the hero of our dish, and salt. So let's start this recipe. You could also do this if you're in a hurry and in a crunch of time. You could do the same recipe in a pressure cooker also, but I will do it in a pan. Let's heat up some oil. Once the oil is hot, we're going to add mustard seeds. We're going to add the curry leaves. Just allow this to splutter just a few seconds. In this, we're going to add onions that have been thinly sliced. While this is frying, let me quickly prep up the baigan, for which we will just chop off the edges and cut it into half with a slit like this. Okay. Or also, if you wish to, you can keep the whole baigan as it is and just give slits like this. So to just check, usually baigan there is times that the baigan is not good, so that is the reason you slit it on all the sides to check. This looks fine. So let me slit another one in the same way. Yeah. Just remember to check the baigan. Once you have cut the baigan and the baigan is ready, just remember to soak them in some water. The reason so that they don't turn black. So we'll soak the baigan, the chopped up baigan, in some water. All right. As you can see here, the biryani is still on dum, and it is going to take another at least 20 to 25 minutes easily for it to be completely done. Once the onion has turned slightly brown in color, this is the time, very lightly brown in color, this is the time we're going to add the garlic paste. A quick stir. In this, we're going to add the prepared masala now. Make sure you clean up the jar properly. Once you add the paste, just quickly give it a good stir. And now in this we will add red chili powder, coriander powder, turmeric powder. Everything a good stir. Same recipe could be followed if you want to replace, some people don't like brinjal, so you could make it with the banana peppers. That's the long green chilies that is usually made, you make bhajiyas with, so you could use that too. Once you stir fry this for a couple of minutes, just going to stir fry it for another 2 minutes. After 2-3 minutes, you will see that it starts, the oil starts separating. So that's when we know that the masala is nicely fried. You can see now that the masala has kind of slightly leaving the edges, the oil has separated. We've just been frying this for about 2-3 minutes. Now is the time we will add the baigan. That's the brinjal. Let's stir fry this for a couple of minutes. And I never like to waste this masala that is left over in the mixer jar. So I'm going to add some water in this, and I'm going to use the same water to thin this gravy out. And also a must have with the biryani is even you can do without the baigan ka khatta is a nice raita. So which is the most easiest recipe. So it's just curd, some very finely chopped onion, coriander, green chilies, a dash of pepper if you like. I like it with a little bit of black pepper and salt. So that's about it. You need to make a good raita. With that, some people like to add finely chopped tomatoes also with it. So raita, to make a quick easy raita is damn easy. So that's the recipe for that. So in this we're going to add the water that we kind of wash the mixie with. Give everything a good stir. When we say baigan ka khatta, obviously the baigan is the brinjal, but the khatta, that is the sourness that this dish requires, is actually going to be got from the tamarind that we have soaked in water. So gently kind of give the tamarind a crush and just take out the pulp. So that's the reason it's called Baigan ka khatta, because the khattapan or the sourness actually comes from the tamarind pulp that we use in this recipe. So you add the tamarind pulp to this. So to cut sourness, you need a dash of sweetness to any dish that you make. So for that, I'm going to add the jaggery here. If you don't have jaggery, you can also add some sugar. And finally, the most important ingredient to bind everything together is the salt. Give everything a good mix. That's about it. We will now cover this and cook it till the baigans have become soft, which should not take too long, about 10 minutes. So we will just cover this and cook this. Meanwhile, let's quickly check on the biryani. It's been about 15 minutes, so wow. Biryani rice is looking amazing. Beautifully done rice. So the way of checking the rice is you just take a little bit of the rice and press it. So you see everything has become soft, but yet the grains are beautiful and separated. So our biryani is done. Let's switch off the flame. Allow this to rest while our khatta is being made. This should be ready in about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. So we just wait for that. I very strongly believe that food brings people together in every way and every sense. Especially, in the situation we are in, India is ranked number 100 in the hunger index, and it can worsen because of the situation we are in. And I really would like to request you all to support this cause, and let's come together and support this cause and have a large heart, do our bit and contribute for this cause, because World Hunger Warrior Kitchen has already been feeding thousands of people, and by contributing our bit, by doing our little bit, we can still continue feeding many more people. And yes guys, so we can fight this, we can come out of this when we stand together and hold our hands and stay together. So please be generous in your contribution. You can go to the World on a Plate website. They have all their links in which you can contribute. So let's support humanity and let's make sure that nobody sleeps hungry in their houses. So please be generous guys, please contribute. So let's check on our baigan ka khatta. You can see here that the oil has started separating. This is a sign that the dish is almost done, and you can see that the baigan has softened up and it's cooked. So let's switch this off, and now it's time for you all to enjoy the yummy Shahi Murg biryani that you have made and the baigan ka khatta. So let's plate our dish. We start off with the biryani. Wow. So very gently I'm going to just look at the rice. Just look at the rice, how beautifully done the rice is. Now, remove it in a plate. Gently we'll mix up everything first. So you see the meat is very much intact. My mouth is already watering and I just can't, I'm just waiting to dive into this biryani. So the beauty of making a good biryani is getting a perfectly cooked rice along with the masalas. See that? So now I'm gonna plate this up for you. You can see how beautiful the rice is looking. Each and every grain is separated. You can see how beautifully the rice is cooked, and the masala is also just perfect enough that is required for this. The saffron has added such a beautiful color to the rice. So you see the meat is soft, but at the same time it's not just falling off. It's like perfectly done. So yeah. So we will just garnish this with some of the golden fried onion, that is the barista that we have. A few coriander sprigs. Just let me clear this up. Let's place the baigan ka khatta. So we have our baigan ka khatta here. This is the biryani. We have the raita, which I have already shared the recipe with you. Some onion rings on the biryani. A slice of lemon. All right. I've had a fabulous time hosting this session for you all. So enjoy this biryani, stay healthy, stay safe, and make biryani and enjoy it.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। देयर इज ऑलवेज अ वे टू मेक लाइफ बेटर। इनोवेशन एंड यू, फिलिप्स।
For those of you a Muslim biryani on at World in a Plate, and there we have it, and so amazing, so delicious. I hope many of you all cooked along with us. That's the idea of World in a Plate. We are trying to create this platform for chefs, chefs who are professional chefs, chefs who are home chefs to bring these unique recipes to you. And luckily, we've got we've got this platform, and WOAP.in is the platform, and I hope each one of you are logging on. And today, we've got 28 chefs on that platform. We finished 4 yesterday, and today 3 we've finished, and there's one more left coming soon after this. So for people who don't know even now where to go log on, come on guys, go to WOAP.in. It's a simple website. It's got a beautiful integration of videos. It's got a chat section. You can ask your questions. Go to the website, download your recipes, start cooking, and I hope you guys put up your pictures. Make sure that hi, Kavya, how are you?
How are you? I'm good. How are you?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. That is such an amazing recipe, and I'm usual. My mouth is watering. How are you guys so generous? Generally, this Muslim community is so generous. They really know how to feed those portions, which are, really, really massive. And how come you guys are so generous? Where does it come from?
Generous. I think that's a little bit everybody should have, right? And
Correct.
being a chef, I really feel that especially what you guys firstly are doing is amazing. And I personally feel if you're blessed with more than what you want, it's nice to be generous and build a bigger table and share. And
That you've been doing. We know that.
joint families, we are used to making lots of biryanis. So hence the quantity is always big.
I know. So, I mean, the amount of biryani that plate, that, recipe you had was like, wow. And that is generosity. And so when did you actually start cooking? When was this passion? When did you start with passion of cooking? Was it because your mom, your grandmom, or and then of course you were runner-up of MasterChef India, and tell us bit about that journey. Though we have not so much time, but quick bit about
It started like I told you, joint family thing. So I have this. I grew up in quite a large family with 7 or 8. We were 7 siblings with my uncles and aunts and all of us living together. And I think the kitchen was something that always fascinated me from the time I was really young. So as far as I remember, somewhere around 9 years, I remember coming back from school and, going to the kitchen and helping my grandmother. And it was such a fun place seeing the women there cooking with so much of love, so many emotions. I think those emotions kind of made me feel happy. So I think that's where the love of cooking started.
So was it like, the fact that you would see joy in someone's face of
Yes.
someone cooking, and that's what inspired you to become a chef?
Definitely,
right?
definitely.
Yeah.
I seen the women of my house, especially my mother, grandmother, and my aunt, the amount of love and affection they would put in the food, and that whole thing, just the joy of eating together and cooking for your loved ones was so nice that I think I was always drawn towards the kitchen. And that's when my journey started, where I kind of used to try small things when I came back from school. The funny part was I would always try one portion, not like what I do now. That's the
So thank you so much for what you've been doing. You've been a big supporter of World Hunger Warriors, and we need more and more people like you, chefs like you, people like you. And so tell us, how do you think, the idea is, as you know, the platform is to serve more and more people, and we've obviously started off this truck, which we want contributions for. That is one side of it. The other side, of course, is how is our industry, which is hit the most, because many, most World on a Plate followers are people who are inspiring chefs, people like that. How are we going to get out of this, crazy mess? Do you have any thoughts on it? Because that's one question which I keep asking every person who is on this platform. Because
Whereas, like we've come online for the very first time. We're very new to the online space. We're very offline guys, absolutely everything around for us. But it's good that we're spending more time watching your masterclass. That is one good side of it. How are we going to come out of this?
Like you mentioned,
because I want you to inspire people.
Yeah, it's a big mess, but everything is a learning kind of a thing. Like even your problems, I think we learn from them. Like you just mentioned, online was something that is something very new for all of us, and I'm not such a tech savvy person. So even to do a live master class, I was literally asking my son, "Ye kaise kar sakte hain, wo kaise kar sakte hain?" So yeah, it is a new process going online, but yeah, we definitely miss the fun of doing master classes because I run my studio where a lot of people come for a hands-on experience, so that is missing. But I think for time being it will be like that, and I think this industry is really hit. I have loads of chef friends who run restaurants. It has been shut. It's a very sad situation, and as we all know, the government hasn't done much. So I think what you are doing, you have set up a brilliant platform. And I think at times like these, holding each other is very, very important. And that's what you are doing and we want to do. And helping each other and staying together is what we need. And then definitely we will come out of this. This shall pass and things will become normal. I think
that's what humanity is all about, right? So, there is everything around you, but when there's inspiration is like this. Because I'm inspired by your biryani, and you never know. I might just set up a biryani joint with you, for takeaways, like I told you. So amazing having you, Shazia. You have a good one, and keep doing what you're doing. Keep inspiring. You inspire me. You inspire.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
In many ways. And I think our conversation, we've always wanted to work together, and this is no better opportunity than this. And
I know.
Thank you for your brilliant master. Absolutely catch up with you soon. So on the other side, so Shazia, I'm going to see you soon, very, very soon. But on the other side, I hope you're watching masterclasses on World on a Plate. Please go promote, masterclasses. For people who are logging on, www.woap.in is where all the action is happening. Please come, give us your love. Make sure you cook, go feed your friends and donate because, the World Hunger Warriors are doing a lot of, food, feeding a lot of people. And
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
the mutton, sorry, the chicken biryani, the dum biryani, the Muslim style, which is what we wanted to show World in a Plate live. I hope each one of you all had a great time cooking it and feeding your loved ones. This is what the beauty of World in a Plate is. Professional chefs cooking from their homes, home chefs cooking from their studios, and that's the saga of World in a Plate, bringing all the beautiful ingredients, the techniques back to your home. And we're really happy that I could have a chat with you, Shazia, and I'm making sure that you'll have to send me my 1 kg of biryani to my home at least on the weekend. So talking about what we've been doing a couple of series during my conversations with you. The first one is about hope, and of course I have a line which I wrote down. I've been looking for lines, I've been looking for quotes, understanding what hope is, and this line is very, very special, and it throws a lot of light to me. Being able to see the light despite all the darkness. Hope is being able to see the light despite all the darkness. So this World on a Plate is about hope. This is about special things we are doing for you, and this is what we want to bring to you at World on a Plate. And this is what I feel that oh my God, we have
Good to see you. Namaste for now. We need to keep the physical distance. Lovely. Great surprise.
No, so I wanted to surprise you because firstly I was hungry yesterday.
I hope you enjoyed the masterclass.
I did.
Lovely.
So I was really hungry yesterday. So then I told my team, we're not going to shoot in the studio. We're going to go to maybe someone special restaurant and surprise them after the masterclass. Then we decided it's you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Thanks. It's good that you made it, because then I would have got surprised if I could have that beautiful taco you made at the masterclass. So what inspired you to make this taco?
Well, this taco is basically immunity boosting, and this is a need of the hour. So I'm using fresh turmeric to make the base, the taco. And of course, it's very different from what we do at the home. I'm sorry, what we do at the restaurant. It's not the same. So at the restaurant, we have a Mexican style, Mada style, wherein at home, I've used different flours to make this very tasty and very easy tacos. So you have makai ka atta, there's wheat flour, there's also refined flour, and then fresh turmeric is a trick. So you can use this for so many different preparations, and it's amazing to have the simple ingredients and to create something amazing and tasty at home. So that was the motive, that everybody can make it. It's not difficult to source, and I used jackfruit, as we are in South. And
I love the concept of jackfruit, and the full jackfruit idea blew my mind, and that's what World on a Plate is all about. And also giving you challenges to cook in your home, especially chefs like you with all these great equipment you have in a restaurant. Challenging you is what we want to do, because the whole idea is charity, and also telling people that this can be also done.
Sure, see, during this time, Kiran, actually, you can do so much at home, and we have been learning at home more.
I can see that.
We are now using this time to innovate furthermore.
Lovely. So, just before, I know I'm going out of the conversation we thought we'll have, but I want to ask you, you're Punjabi.
Yes.
Born
and brought up in Amritsar.
How did you fall in love with the idea of Mexico?
Well, I think it was written, there was no plan to get into Mexican food at all, to be very frank with you. In fact, I was doing more of modern European earlier, and suddenly the idea of Mexican came in 2007-8, and I was doing trials with the producer available at that time in Mumbai, and eventually we decided we will go authentic way. So I worked with a lot of Mexican chefs. When they came to India, they worked with us, and I learned from them. But when they moved back to their locations, there was nobody to handle the brand. So then I decided that I will take this leap further, and I went to Mexico, and with my mentor chef, I learned other tricks of this Mexican cuisine, and from that day onwards, I think it's a win-win situation. So I have a lot of other cuisines which I have dealt with, and the Mexican has become very, very dear to me.
So moving on, firstly, your guacamole is my favorite, and we also had a great event with Colibri last time.
Yes.
And that is interesting. The first person who came to my mind when we were touring Colibri was you guys. She's also going to be on doing a masterclass on Sunday at World on a Plate live.
Lovely.
So now, so quickly, amazing to see you, and I'm excited that I'll get to eat the taco today.
Of course, let me check if I have the ingredients for you. I'll make it for you.
Absolutely. So, quickly moving on to what we have next is my dear friend Sandesh Reddy, one of the top pastry chefs across the country. A restaurateur. His cooking. I mean, I've gone to his home. He runs many hundreds of restaurants. Super talented chef and an entrepreneur, and absolutely beautiful heart. The best thing I actually experienced with him is having a cup of coffee in his house, and he made me the best black coffee Americano ever. And his innovative cooking style is what we're going to see in the next masterclass. So Sandesh Reddy, I'm not going to say what he's making. You guys can go to the website, download the recipe, and get baking. So this is day 2 of World on a Plate goes live. Like I said, we're going to go on this activity the whole weekend. We have DIYs, from some of the top restaurants. Make sure that you go ahead and contribute, because the World Hunger Warriors are doing an excellent job, and we are excited to come back and see you tomorrow. And today we had a beautiful day out at Sanchez with Chef Vikas and my whole crew, and I hope you guys have a great Thursday evening. I hope you've made at least 1 or 2 recipes, and see you tomorrow. And I hope I'm not boring you too much, but I'm going to come back with some amazing stories from 2017 that the saga goes on, and you've missed a lot of things which I don't want you to miss. See you tomorrow.
And let me get to the taco.
Hi everyone, welcome to my kitchen, and I'm going to be doing an effing easy recipe for you to follow along. I think you would have gotten all the ingredients from the WOAP website. So the ingredients are actually fairly simple. I started working on this recipe because during the lockdown I started working on a bunch of recipes that were easy to follow, easy to make with whatever limited ingredients you had in your pantry. This particular recipe was actually something that I came up because of necessity, not because I had the idea to do something really cool. It's just that I ran out of butter one day. The only fat that was at home at that point was olive oil. So I have some really simple chocolate. Just remember that this cake gets better with the quality of the ingredients you use. If you use great quality chocolate, you're going to get a great quality dessert. I'm using some extra virgin olive oil, flour, eggs, sugar. That's it, and maybe a pinch of salt, because chocolate and salt goes really well. But other than that, there's really nothing complicated. The skill levels that you need for this are basic to very basic. If you can make an omelette at home, you can make this dessert. It's really, literally that simple. So also, the whole effing easy series has been about trying to inspire people to get into the kitchen and cook and to deal with stress in some way, shape or form. Because for me, food has been about, de-stressing, decompressing. Even though I do it every day, for me, cooking has been about, expressing myself in whatever simple way I can. And the recipes are actually a reflection of me as a person. At home, I don't like to spend a lot of time in the kitchen. As we go along, you'll see that I have a very, very basic kitchen. I don't even have a proper oven. I have a microwave oven that has a convection mode. And if we can make these desserts in this, then the idea is that you can do a lot more interesting things if you have better equipment at home. But I'm hopeful that you will get confidence to start baking and cooking if you could try one or two of these recipes, and then we can go along. I'm going to start off by doing things fairly slowly. This is not normally the pace that I'm used to working, or that it should take this long. If you're comfortable in your kitchen, this should take you half the amount of time that we're doing to film. So if you're following along, feel free to speed up. I think I'll try and explain the next few steps as we go along, so you don't have to wait and do it as slow or as fast as I'm doing it. Find your rhythm, do it at your own pace. It really doesn't matter how long or fast that we're going to do. I mean, that it's going to take to make this dessert. So we'll get started. I actually need about 125 grams of chocolate. So I know that these bars are 125 grams each. So I'm going to go with that. And I'm also going to eyeball a lot of the recipes, the ingredients, because while it's great to have a measure, but it's also not such a critical recipe that requires you to use measuring tools, weighing scales, or any of those things. I know people say that baking is more a science rather than cooking is, but if you really understand the dynamics of it, you can wing most of these things. So a couple of things that I'm going to do is I'm definitely going to try and chop up the chocolate into manageable bits. You'll see why I'm going at an angle. So this is literally step one. It's really not that complicated. So I'm using 70% dark chocolate. You can use 54, 50. You want to use really good quality milk chocolate, that's fine too. It really doesn't matter what kind of chocolate you use. But obviously dark chocolate and olive oil go really well together, so that's the reason why I've chosen to use a 70% chocolate. My chocolate of choice is obviously something that would be great for eating, but you can always use basic chocolate. This is all I had in my pantry, so that's what I'm using. But you'll know that it doesn't matter. Even if the most basic chocolate, even if you had like a Bourneville dark, you can still use it, and it just gives you great results every single time. But obviously, better the quality of chocolate, better the dessert. I'm going to put some water to boil so that I can melt the chocolate slowly. So I'm going to do a hack. So I've got my pan that's heating without anything in it, and I'm also going to heat some water in my kettle. So by the time the pan picks up some heat, we already have boiling hot water, so it'll speed up the process. We don't have to wait around for too long to get this going. So, for me, molten chocolate cakes have always been one of these desserts that I've grown up eating. It's not, I've seen it in fancy restaurants, you see it in a Domino's pizza. There is a sense of nostalgia for me that revolves around watching this molten chocolate flow through a cake. The version I'm doing today, you can demold it if you just dust the ramekin. But here I'm just going to bake it and eat it in the same container, so you don't have to be too worried about dusting it and prepping the ramekin ahead. I'm using a small ramekin, so I'll get about 6 of these, maybe more. It's great for eating by itself without having to cook it. But this is the size of the ramekin that I'm using. So you normally are going to fill it about yay much, and you want a little bit of room for it to rise. It is going to rise. You may see it rise above the container, it doesn't really matter. It spills off, it really doesn't really matter in terms of what we're trying to do. So you want to fill the pan halfway through. You don't need it to go all the way to the top. Just remember that you want the water to be warm. You don't need it to be, you don't want it to come to a rolling boil of any sort. So I'm going to set one of these glass bowls on top. I'll put the chocolate in. And at this stage, we want to get about 120 mils of olive oil. I know this is approximately 75 mil, so I'm going to use that as a measure. You know, if you feel that the mix is getting too oily at this stage, you always have some extra chocolate which you can add in. If you think that it's not glossy enough, you can add more oil. You can eyeball it, you can measure it. I've given you the measurements anyways in the recipe, so if you want to be very accurate, you can go ahead and measure it. I have a big scale, but this recipe is too simple for me to pull something out of the kitchen and then another thing to clean later on. So I'm just going to stick to the absolute basics. So I'm going to give this a stir and well, people ask me usually when it comes to melting chocolate if this is the best way of doing it. In all honesty, you can do it in a microwave, but just make sure that you do them in like 1 minute intervals. Don't let it sit there. Take it out every minute or so, or even 30 seconds. If you're cutting it really small, 30 seconds is better. I can hear my water starting to boil, so I'm going to turn this down as much as I can, because you don't want like boiling hot water on it. All you want is the steam to coat the base of the bowl. As you can see, that's all I want. And that's enough heat to melt this gently so that we get a nice homogeneous mixture. So, yeah, as I was saying, if you're going to use a microwave, you're going to cut them into like really small bits. 30-second bursts are probably the best way to deal with it. Take it out, quick stir, pop it back in the microwave, and let it go. So, well, another question with regards to this recipe is, can you substitute olive oil for butter? You can. You can even substitute for ghee. You can substitute this with, vegetable oil if you don't have olive oil. Just a nice neutral fat. If you don't like the flavor of olive oil, that's fine. You can even use coconut fat, coconut oil, whatever else you want. So this is literally a template for you to play around with. Can you add other things? Can you add different kinds of chocolate? Sure. If you want to make this with white chocolate, it works out fine too. But then if you're making it with white chocolate, then I would strongly recommend you use butter or some other form of dairy fat rather than oil. So, it's good to pull off when put it off the stove when there is still a little bit of lumps that are still visible. There's still enough heat in the bowl to continue to cook it. I'm going to do two things. One is I'm going to quickly take it off and give it a quick stir. And I've turned off the heat, but there's still enough heat in the pan to keep the water still warm and to make sure that the chocolate stays nice and molten. As you can tell, sort of hardly any lumps left. Bring it back onto the heat, leave it there, we'll deal with that later. In the meantime, landlines these days that go off, least expect them to. I'm going to separate a few eggs. I'm going to reserve one yolk. If you don't like the taste of yolk, use it anyway you want to taste it, but that additional amount of richness in the final mixture is so worth it. I'm using these very small eggs. So if you have large eggs, then 2 are good. Use 1 yolk and 2 whites. I'm using 3 whites and 1 yolk, regardless. So to my cat later, so I'm going to save those 2 yolks. Ooh, we have one that's cracked sideways. Let's try to make this work. The thing they say about washing your hands if you touch eggs and poultry, I think it's more relevant now, considering that of all the things that you could fall sick is with falling sick over when you're making dessert. So all you need is 1 yolk. To this, bring back this perfectly smooth choc mix. If I add it in right now, it's going to curdle. So it's going to cook the eggs. So I'm going to let this cool down a bit. In the meantime, one of your standard spoons. We're going to add about 3 tablespoons of flour, 3 tablespoons of sugar, half a teaspoon of salt. I'm going to give this a quick stir, just so that it starts combining. You want to form rough clumps. You don't have to already overwork it. So you want to get it to the slight crumbly texture. The reason is you want the sugar not to completely dissolve. You want that sugar to exist at some granular level because that's going to melt at a slightly different temperature than the eggs. So go ahead. stage, you want to go ahead and mix it. Remember, this is the chocolate's still very wet, so the batter might seem like it's really runny. And also because it's olive oil and it's not butter, so it's not going to really seem like a very like firmish batter. But for whatever reason, if you feel you're a little uncomfortable with the texture, you can add a little more flour in it and it will be totally fine. So there's the other conversation about why I didn't add my dry ingredients to the wet ingredients and start mixing them. I want these clumps. This recipe really doesn't have any other texture. So these are going to cook, some of them are going to cook into slight crystalline globules of fat, flour and sugar. So it'll feel like a crumbly, cookie-like texture almost in the edges. And the center is going to be like chocolate cookie dough. That's not something that you really complain about. But that's what I'm going for. As you can tell, as I'm working it in, it's going to start thickening up a bit. So this is a good consistency to leave it. And then let's sit for a bit. In the meantime, I'm going to try and rinse off my bowl. You want to try and make sure water is really not the enemy when you're whipping egg whites, but I'm guessing bits of chocolate definitely will make it unstable. So you want to try and make sure that it's cleanish. Pop the egg whites in. If you have multiple whisks, multiple bowls at home, use them. But I prefer just keeping clean up to a minimum. So again, there are lots of techniques to whipping. I prefer the side to side because it gives you go a long way without. You just go on whipping without your arm getting tired of it. When it starts to get foamy, this is a good time to add a little bit of salt. Helps if you have some tartaric acid. That will really help with the whipping. when do you stop? So is this a good time to go to soft bakes? In most cases, I would say yes, but since we're trying to get a nice molten consistency, you just want to get that nice and foamy. Maybe when you get to the ribbon stage, that's good enough. So you want it to stay nice and moist. So that's about the stage that you want it at. Perfect. So you just wanted to hold, if you were to just draw a line with the peak, it should hold for a few seconds before it disappears. So that's about right. Now, the difficult job of combining it all. That's it. Put it all together. It's really not that complicated. And fold it through. It starts off feeling like it's very runny. And as you start combining it, you'll notice that it starts to form a pattern of sorts. As you can tell, it's definitely gotten thicker. You still see those bits of nuggets everywhere on the spatula. That's desired. So, in most cake batters, they make you mix it till it's absolutely smooth, fine, no crumbs. So we're turning that on its head. And that's it. We'll clean this up and we'll start filling maybe 4 or 5 pumpkins. There's no greasing. None of that. Let's see that in case we need one later. All we're going to do is start filling up our ramekins. Well, it's more like 4.5, but we're gonna bake all of it anyways. So one thing that you definitely do want to do is to make sure that you clean up all the edges as best as you can. Good trick is you can use a little bit of baking soda in it, but even otherwise just water. Just do it quick. Squeeze it through. Use one finger to wipe and the other one to dry it off. Use a paper towel, but if you're making things at home, they don't have to be that pretty. For yourself and your family, I'm sure they'll understand the edge is a little off. It's fine. So the reason why we're wiping it down is not so that it looks pretty, it's just that those are going to start caramelizing and burning at different temperatures, and that's not necessarily pleasant. Sometimes as it rises, it may actually cause the whole thing to collapse. So that's what we're trying to avoid. There you go. That's it. So now we're going to pop these in the freezer. Only for as long as it's going to take for us to preheat our oven. So we're going to preheat this at 180. So what if you make too much? Well, hopefully it won't be too much. But if it is, all you need to do is to leave them in the refrigerator for up to a couple of days. So if you're entertaining guests, you can pop them in the fridge, pull it out just before you need to. Just don't even bother waiting to let it come to room temperature. It's going to go from the fridge or the freezer straight into the oven. Which is why it's very important that you use heat-proof dishes. Otherwise, if it's just regular glass, it's going to shatter when it goes from cold to hot that quickly. The other thing to be mindful of is you can, if you want to save this for much later, you can make a large batch, put them in ramekins, put them in, maybe put cling film around it, and you can freeze these for up to a month, and then again go straight from the freezer to the oven. But you can, but you will have to probably change the amount of time you take to bake it. We're going to try and bake these for 6 minutes, maybe 7, and to see how those go. Wider the container, longer might take, taller is also another thing that might take a little longer. So try and find the balance. Again, each oven is different. What I say 6 minutes at 180 degree in my oven is not necessarily 6 minutes at 180 in your oven. So that's something that you want to definitely be mindful of. So experiment. That's why you have a few extra. There's no such thing as a bad molten chocolate cake, only as long as it's overcooked, then it becomes a muffin. So they're still edible. The other thing is you'll notice that the recipe that I've used is fairly saline. It's very salty in that sense. So if you want to cut back, that's fine too. So try it as is, because again, I don't know what chocolate you're using. So if you think it works at the proportions given, it's great. If you want to change it up, switch it up, cut it down. But make sure there's at least a little bit of salt in there. It helps with the eggs. It makes sure that you get a nice foamy, creamy texture. The other thing that the salt also does is it amps up the flavor of the dark chocolate. The 70% isn't too sweet, so if you like the salinity but you want more sugar, add more sugar. It's fine. If you don't like the crumbly texture that you're getting with this, then just sift all the dry ingredients together, put the egg yolk into the chocolate, sift all the dry ingredients in, fold it through, add the egg whites and fold it through, and you'll get a really smooth batter. So this is literally a template for the way I'd like to do things. but it's not necessarily the only way to do things. So feel free to use whatever way you like. The results are pretty similar, but it's just that you're not going to get that textural difference which we're trying to get with this recipe. Also, another thing to note is if you're using butter, for example, just make sure that the butter is unsalted. You don't want to use salted butter because you're anyways going to add salt into the mix later. But what that doesn't help you understand is the amount of salt that's in the butter. So you're never really going to get the exact amount of salt control in your dish. So that's why you always use unsalted butter and then add salt as you go along. So it looks like the oven's preheated. I'm just going to bake two. I'm going to save some post dinner. So you can chill these longer and use them when the batter is colder. You get a much more cakier edge and a much more molten, slightly gooier center. But we have enough, so we can try them with different options. I'm going to bake these for 6 minutes and see what happens. They're ready to go. Just want to make sure that it forms a little crust on top. So you know that they're ready when you can see the edges are cooked, and this is the granular texture I was talking about that we're going for. You want it to be just a bit wobbly. You can cook this further if you want, but it's the texture I'm going for. There you go. This is like just pudding. And you have a beautiful creamy center. I'm going to pop one back in the oven just to show you what it's like when we cook it further. I'm going to take it up by maybe a few more minutes. So just remember that this is a microwave that has a convection oven function in it. It's not being microwaved for so many minutes. If you decide to microwave it, what you're going to get is a really cooked center that's probably going to completely explode it's going to start bubbling up. It's going to crack. It's not pleasant. If you want to do the same thing in the microwave, you might need to maybe put it in for a minute or minute and a half, not more than that. So you can tell that it's already beginning to that's the effect of putting it in the microwave as opposed to an oven. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is what you shouldn't be doing as opposed to what you should be doing. You can tell that it's become extremely spongy. You see the holes that are there. This is the problem with using an oven that's both convection and microwave. You see that? It's not that it's not going to be bad, but that's as long as you want to push it forward in the microwave. And these are the crumbs that I was talking about that we're going for intentionally. So these taste like bits of cookie nibs in the cake. So there you have it. What you shouldn't be doing and what you should be doing.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे.
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी कुक्स विद अप टू 90% लेस फैट। There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.
Hello guys, how are you doing? Hope you guys are having a beautiful Thursday evening. And how many of you all have actually gone ahead and cooked today? Let's hear from you guys. How many of you all have cooked? Anyone who's really gone ahead and cooked? How many of you all have won Philips, my toasters, and how many of you all have cooked? Tell me that. Anyone? Anyone cooked? How many of you all are looking at the air fryer? Because the contests are live, and I hope you guys are cooking your hearts away, baking your hearts away, because there are air fryers to be won every day. There are toasters to be won every day. Vikram says, have you cooked? What did you cook, Vikram? What did you cook, buddy? Which recipe did you cook, and who are you excited about? Next 3 days, Ranveer Brar, Saransh Goyla, Vicky Ratnani, Colibri Jimenez, Simon Tuhi, exciting chefs with DIY kits. All you need to do, go and just book your DIY kit on Swiggy Genie. It's available exclusively. Restaurants, many restaurants, 35 of the top restaurants across the country doing their signature dishes. I hope you guys are ordering. Go to the website, check out our live stream exclusively for you. Of course, keep ordering, keep watching the master classes, and keep donating, because this is a cause which World on a Plate is supporting, the World Hunger Warriors. So absolute amazing lineup. We finished today. We had everybody from we had a biryani, we had a dessert, we had a risotto, an amazing risotto. Sandesh, are you there? Waiting for you, buddy. Risotto, and then Sandesh, are you there? How are you, my friend? Where are you?
Hey, Kiran. Good to
How
see
are
you.
you? How's Chennai doing?
I guess better than most cities.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
It's become like a competition, right? Better than mine is better than.
Well, at least the cases are dropping. So,
Really? That's
I guess
amazing.
that's helpful.
That's amazing. It's good news. The last time we came, the cases were going up. But we are going to be number one soon. Bangalore is, we started last. We're going to be number one. And hope you're doing well. I'm
Yeah,
looking forward to come and have a coffee with you sometime soon.
Yeah, the machine's waiting for you, dude.
Oh, God. So amazing masterclass. So simple. I never knew it's so simple to make. One of the most uh, sexiest molten cake, right? So there's a question, which one of the viewers were asking.
Right.
Quantity of butter and oil, is it the same?
I'm sorry, what was
Or
that?
the quantity of butter was vis-a-vis the oil, which is the olive oil.
So
Is it the
it's by
same?
weight. So if you do it by weight, it should be the same.
It should be the same. So it's by weight.
So you get very different textures. With oil, you're going to get a much more lucid, dare I say it, you'll get probably a more creamier texture with oil, while you get a more like cake-like texture if you were to use butter. That's a little more like springy in nature. So the reason why we use the oil was to try and get that more silken flavor, the silken texture that we were going for. And if you notice, we kind of played around a little bit with the flour itself. It's not like a typical cake where we sift it in, fold it in, make sure it incorporates properly. We went with a intentionally aggressive stir in with the yolk to create those little nuggets of flour and sugar and egg, because those cook differently than the rest of the cake would, creating that texture that we were looking for, that felt like a little bit of a crumble in the mix.
Amazing.
So that was the intention. It was an intentional thing. People might think, oh, like he screwed up. He didn't put those things in order. But we intentionally tried to create that.
How long have you been baking? When did you start your journey of baking? And
So it's 7 or 8, dude. I've been baking for as long as I can remember.
wow, that's amazing. And then, these COVID times, your entrepreneur journey, where do you see us go from here? How is Chennai looking? You're the man with, plenty of these amazing restaurants in Chennai. I'm so happy to connect with people around the country and then some around the world, because you come out, you get to know on the ground from Chennai. So give us some news about how the restaurants are doing in Chennai, and how are we going to claw our way back to have a great, get back on the ground.
So look, I think there is no one solution to this whole thing. At least in our case, I think thankfully we have been fairly diversified. Our bakery business is kind of taking a little bit of the edge off of our the COVID havoc that is kind of wrecked on the industry, because the bakery business has actually grown during these times. And I think I think it's just generally good practice to try and see if you're a chef-driven business and you don't really need to rely too much on outside resources to build your, at least your culinary bandwidth. I think it'll help to kind of diversify yourself a little bit, even if you're like an Indian chef, try and build maybe an Indian, like a quick serve format, apart from a fine dining restaurant, because that kind of helps, especially in a situation like this where you have more than one, mode of defense. And, you're technically not putting all your eggs in the same basket, so that I guess will help, weather the storm better. At least for us, between my partners and I, we operate over 15 different brands, or 170 odd outlets. And this was just pre-COVID, right? Post-COVID, I think that number is halved. We've maybe lost about 5 brands for good. It has been a bit of a rough battle, but, at the end of the day, we know even if this thing were to extend for the next a year, we'll still have something to work with once we get out of this mess.
True. So are you, of course, while World on a Plate is doing this whole thing with all you wonderful guys coming together and spending your time with us for the cause of hunger, it's also to give inspiration to a lot of chefs, young chefs, and entrepreneurs who are in the hospitality industry. Many have lost jobs, many have, lost their companies. So hope you're going to talk to us about.
Punita, I think 1 second that Punita, butter and oil quantity is the same. What is the answer? I think she's here.
If you do it by weight, it should be the same.
I hope you heard that.
And also, I saw another question asking what alternatives to ramekins are. Straight-edged bowls would work really well. You can actually bake this as a completely large dessert in a baking tin or a pie mold. That will still be fine.
Lovely. So I was going to ask you that question. Thanks for answering it. So yeah, on that note, Sandesh, what is that tip or inspiring bit you're going to tell people who are logged on to World on a Plate? Because at the end of the day, we want to, we want to survive this crazy pandemic, and we want to go back, hopefully bring back our old glory. What are you telling people today?
So, look, I think we're just chefs, restaurateurs, most human beings, I guess, are a resilient bunch. If there's anything we've learned is in the face of adversity, human beings have come out stronger and better. So I think the idea is to obviously rely on your support system. I mean, for me, you know that, you, for example, have been reaching out constantly, checking on me, and that's really what we should be doing for each other, I guess, right? I mean, I think the simple fact that we need to be there for our peers and our counterparts, I think it's now. I mean, if there's a time that you have to show solidarity, it's right now.
I'm only reaching out to you because I don't want my coffee to go bad next time I come to Chennai. on a fun note, of course, we definitely want to have amazing brands
constantly kind of reaching out and staying in touch with us. And, man, that really means a lot.
Thank you. So, Chef, amazing masterclass. Thank you for being part of this, small initiative. We're starting small, but we want to spread love to the world by feeding people. And it's really, really amazing that you came and spent your time with us. Please, we've got another 3 days of this amazing journey with chefs, friends, your friends, my friends. I mean, the best thing is that every single person on that line, on the masterclass line, is a friend, and it just makes me happy that these friends are standing up for to do something exciting at this crazy time. I mean, we're going to smile and laugh about it one day.
Absolutely. I mean, and let me know how else we can help and support and be part of all of your fight on the ground, man. I think we've had it easy compared to you. So,
so lots of people from Chennai have been reaching out. So hopefully we should start a food truck, in Chennai. Of course, people who are watching, please go and firstly come to WOAP.in, see the beautiful master classes, learn from the best of the best in the industry. Go and support. You can do a small contribution at World Hunger Warriors. The Keto link. It's all on the YouTube link. I mean, it's on the video all the time. People are still asking me where to go and watch the videos live. It's on the website. There is just scroll down. It says, live. You can press play and you can start watching the video. It's a new format. People are many people are trying to find, ways to find where these things are happening. But it's nice that, sometime or the other we will, find the ground to give this a great initiative. And we want to keep doing this all through the years because we want to give everyone an opportunity to come here. Also, by the way, Shashi is coming online on Sunday.
Oh, wow.
Your friend.
Yeah.
So you should keep logged on and watch us.
I will. I'll come and trouble you guys a little bit.
Yeah, you should. You should ask a few questions and be trouble us.
Sashi
Tomorrow,
awesome. He's amazing. He's been an amazing friend. I've gotten to know him fairly recently, and he's another person that's constantly checked in on us, and it just shows the amount of solidarity and resilience that this community has, and this has been phenomenal, actually.
And Jock is talking to us tomorrow at 2:30. the judge,
Awesome.
the master chef judge. They've been really kind. Tomorrow we are releasing amazing lineup of chefs. Everyone from Abhijit Saha's cooking, the legend of
I saw the lineup. I mean, I feel really humbled to be part of this list. I saw Abhijit, Manish Mehrotra.
Manish is talking to us,
Yeah.
chatting with us. But of
I
course,
just
Ranveer
think, yeah,
Brar,
this is just Chef Ranveer Brar. I think
Ranj, all of them.
so. I
Vicky.
think this being part of this mix has been a humbling, b fun. I guess it is really cool to. I mean, it's really cool that you guys actually went out to do this. I know we talked about something like this down the line, and it's really nice to see fruition of this. So early on, and I mean, really kudos to you and your team, man. They've been on the ball. Abhi and guys have really been at it, and followed up, and without being in your face. And you know how I am. I don't normally necessarily answer my phone.
Abhi, everybody's here. They're watching, hearing you. And so Dylan, Anup, Ayoli, we miss you, man. We wish we did something soon. We're gonna come catch you soon. I think the restaurant industry in general have been amazing. They're actually patting each other's back. They are helping each other. And also the citizen movement has been amazing, which is what, I must say. Also, please note runner-up Simon Tugi, who's doing the last masterclass tomorrow. Stay logged on because he's doing something really amazing with the cauliflower. He also has, we also have, like I said, Ranveer Brar, Saranj Goela, Vicky Ratnani. Saranj Goela is going to do a brilliant masterclass on Saturday. Sunday, we have Vicky Ratnani. We've got Colibri and Jimenez from Mexico. We've got Ranveer Brar, Ted Lee, lineup. So, these guys are cooking from there. The best thing, the other good thing which I am excited about, Sandesh, is that every World on a Plate, I never got to catch up seeing you guys cook.
Right.
I would be running around, organizing stuff. Here I have the opportunity to watch you guys, and it's amazing. And I can't believe that we created something like this, and I'm really proud of my team who have come up and done something like this,
I can tell that your couch is getting warm. I think you've been spending a lot of time on it.
Very warm.
It's not a bad place to be. By the way, so next time you're here,
yeah,
I'll be working on my sourdough. So that's going to be doing some sourdough and coffee soon.
I've been seeing all your posts, so that's why I'm going to make a drive to Chennai very soon, and so love to Chennai.
You can quarantine with us.
Yeah.
So you have access to coffee and toast every morning.
I almost got quarantined with you, by the way. You know that. Right?
Yeah, I remember.
2 days, the lockdown happened in Bangalore, and I was like, okay, I'm back. So, see you, my friend. Thank you so much for being part of this.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me, Kiran. And again, my best regards to you and your team and the World Hunger Warriors. And let me know if there's anything else that we can do to support. All the very best.
What you're doing is all we would love to see. And have a good night. See you guys tomorrow. Everyone who's logged on, thank you for just logging on and saying hello and giving love. And we really love you for being part of this initiative. Go on to WOAP.in. Just log on, enjoy yourselves, cook along with us, cook for your family, cook for your friends, and at the end of the day, eat well, go and donate because, Puneet, what's that? Do you want me to say something?
Punita, yeah. So look, I mean, I think she's had a few questions. I'm happy to answer them if she just texts me directly or whatever. So I don't spam too much of yours.
Directly, no problem. Tomorrow we start at 12 o'clock. Right, you're right. We're starting early at 12 o'clock, and typically on a Wednesday and Thursday we start at 5, but tomorrow at 12 because everybody wants to cook early and get ready for dinner. We also have lunch. Ajay Chopra starts off at lunch, and then Tarun Simple at lunch. And tomorrow we're going to a lovely location. We'll surprise you. Some new stuff we've done for you.
Wow.
So here you have something really special. It's a pulled jackfruit, and of course it's done with a home barbecue sauce. We made the home style barbecue sauce with the mango, and on top what you have is a mint and coriander, just like that. That's the best way to have it. That's it. Enjoy.
What is this?
That's a sakri. That's a sakri addition for you. Otherwise it was vegan for you. It has come with a sakri. Enjoy.
Thank you, sir. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
एक कदम आगे फिर दो कदम पीछे
हेल्थ और टेस्ट की लड़ाई में अब आप रहिए 2 कदम आगे विद फिलिप्स एयर फ्रायर। इसकी ट्विन टर्बो स्टार टेक्नोलॉजी cooks with up to 90% less fat. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation and you. Philips.